Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity. We beseech you to look upon with that benefit of these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your own glory and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge.
Amen.
Amen.
Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, once more I want to welcome you to this sitting. As you are aware, I informed you that there shall be a short recess to carry out an oversight role on the Emioga Fund or Emioga program. I will therefore permit few matters of national importance today so that we concentrate on the item on the order paper and we finish the item before you go for recess. But in the same vein, I'm also going to allow, I've been requested by Honorable Jim Wesi to allow him make a personal statement. So I will allow him to make a personal statement and then we'll go to some matters of national importance. I want to thank you for coming. I know it's not easy to be here daily, but I still urge you members, when you go and monitor the Emioga program, do it without fear or favor. That is what will make you to come back to this parliament. Do what is good for your people. Let the few people not be the ones to benefit out of the monies, taxpayers' monies that have been sent down to the ground. Whoever is culpable must answer. Nobody is above the law. Let's clean up the people that we are working with. This money should have created an impact, but because it has failed, it is you and me to act. I want to thank you so much. I have written to all of you so that nobody will ask you that you're here as who. I have directed you to go. Honorable Jim Wesi. Yes.
Madam Speaker, before the Honorable Jimmy Mwesi comes to present his personal statement, Madam Speaker, I would like to take you back on memory lane. The Honorable Jim Mwesi he undertook to get back to the house with a statement on the attack by rebels on the UPDF army detach in Zombo. And it has taken us quite a bit of time. He has not complied to your directive, Madam Speaker. Even yesterday, but 14 of the rebels denounced their rebellion against this country and surrendered to UPDF in Zombo. Up to now, we are still waiting. So before he comes with his personal statement, first things first, he undertook to bring that statement to the House, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mwesi, do you have that report?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have had this response for the whole week, and the Honorable Nambeshi must have read on every order paper. I have been on it, prepared to give the response, but I had not got the opportunity. But otherwise, I had complied with your directive, Right Honorable Speaker, to give an explanation on the matter raised by Honorable Nambeshi. I'm trying to find it and deal with it first, Right Honorable. But perhaps, since I can't find it straight away, could I make my statement as the statement is brought here, and I make the response, Right Honorable Speaker?
Do you have the report? Are they bringing it?
Yeah, yes, here it is. Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 22nd of June, yes, it was sent, I think, even on your iPad. We gave it to the clerk on the 27th of July. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 16th of July 2021, at around 1530 hours, a UPDF unit at Zeu in Zombo district repulsed an attempted attack by a group of over 20 criminals who were armed with 6 AK-47 rifles and machetes, disguising as forest workers. During the attack, UPDF soldiers shot dead 6 of the attackers, recovered 1 AK-47 rifle loaded with 11 live ammunitions, balls, arrows, while other suspects escaped to eastern DRC with injuries. Unfortunately, one UPDF soldier, Lieutenant.
Members, some interruption, Honorable Minister. The matter that is being raised by the Chief Whip of opposition is not in the order paper. So why would we get that report now when it is not on the order paper? Can you give us your personal statement?
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a personal statement on the issue of a Russian company, joint stock company, global security company. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement to this honorable house. On a personal level, there have been attempts by some people to drag my name into the procurement of a Russian joint stock company, Global Security. Many on social media have accused me of being behind the company, claiming I had pecuniary interests. I have previously been disinclined to engage with sensational assumptions in lieu of truth, research, and facts. However, given the ubiquitous nature of social media and its ability to spread fallacious arguments, I deem it fit at this time to respond to certain allegations. This is not to evade responsibility, but rather to put a halt to the spread of misinformation. The facts are as follows, Right Honorable Speaker. I had no prior knowledge of this company before I was appointed minister. In fact, I had no prior knowledge of government plans to install tracking devices in motor vehicle and motor vehicle number plates beyond what was said by the President on 20th June 2018 after the death of the late Honorable Colonel Ibrahim Abiriga. For clarity, the procurement of this company began 4 years ago, long before my appointment. Government sent a team to conduct due diligence on the aforementioned company in December 2018. Over the 4 years, several meetings were held between the different government agencies to assess the proposal from the said company. Additionally, several negotiations were held between the government agencies and the company. As a result of these protracted meetings and negotiations, a memorandum of understanding was signed between government and the company by my predecessor, the Honorable General L. Tumwine, on 19th March 2019. The attempted assassination on Honorable General Katumba Wamala created urgency to have this contract signed so that the motor vehicle tracking system could be installed, which is where I came in. Therefore, prior to my swearing in as minister, I received a presidential directive on June 13th to have the contract, which had been pending, signed with haste. I wrote to the Permanent Secretary, Office of the President, on the 24th of June, 2021, asking him to ensure that all processes be expeditiously finalized. Consequently,
There's a procedure matter here.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. There is a tendency for ministers always to use the presidential directive as a scapegoat to mistakes they make. The minister has just said that he was working under a presidential directive. Right Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding well when the minister just says it without laying on table the presidential directive to him to act that way? Because they are always using it, presidential directive. Can he lay on table the presidential directive as it was?
Honorable Minister, was the presidential directive in writing or verbal?
Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know how the Honorable Member would have expected me to go and lay a directive on table when I was still submitting. And I don't think.
But he's making a personal statement.
Yes.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker. Procedure.
Yes, Law.
Honorable Speaker, while I did listen to the Honorable Gentleman and the Minister making a statement, my appreciation was that he's moving under Rule 55A of our Rules of Procedure. To wit, a member may explain a matter of a personal nature, but no controversial matter may be brought in the explanation, nor may debate arise upon it. The Honorable Minister is purporting to make a statement of personal explanation. And therein, he is importing matters relating to a controversial contract. Honorable Speaker, I'm arrived at the fact that the number of members of parliament, including shadow ministers, that made an attempt to have this matter brought on the floor of parliament and was considered sub judice, and therefore they were stopped in their tracks. The Honourable Minister is smuggling matters under Rule 55 to try and explain a controversial matter to which questions are still obtaining and no answers have been supplied to that effect. Honourable Speaker, are we proceeding right when the Honourable Minister imports in matters only privy to him to try and join the House into a controversial decision that we have questions about?
Members, what I get to understand from Honorable Jim Muhesi is that he's responding to the media attacks on him. The issue of the contract should not be discussed because that would amount to sub judice. There is a case on that contract. He can only explain on the attacks to him. But you will realize that in giving an explanation on the attack, you will not miss the name Russia, because that is what is being said. He's not defending the contract, but he's giving his personal explanation.
Correct. Thank you very much, Right
With your
Honorable
indulgence,
Speaker,
with your indulgence, Honorable
for
Speaker.
your wise ruling.
With your indulgence.
Yes, no.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to invite the Honorable Minister to accept that. I'm not trying to impeach your right to explain yourself. You have that right, and I will defend it to the last person. The point I'm trying to make, Right Honorable Speaker, is that there's no legal bar for the Honorable Minister to mention Russia. But in doing so, he's justifying a matter. That's why he imported in the fact that he was acting under a directive. The directive itself is controversial. I want to invite the honorable member to try and decipher personal explanation and the contractual matters, because we deem them controversial. The two must be separated. Otherwise, he's in breach of Rule 55A.
Honorable Minister, give your explanation without talking about the contract, because that contract.
Okay, right, so Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to refer to any company. In any case, everybody knows what I'm talking about. So I just wanted to explain that contrary to what the media has been awash with, I did not pick this company like they were talking about, and the country does not stand any loss in any way. I thank you. I have finished.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you for the statement. Thank you. Matters of national importance, Honorable Nsamba Patrick Kasanda. Honorable Nsamba Patrick.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of Parliament representing Kasanda District and Kasanda North constituency. And I'm the chairperson, the Kasanda Roads Committee. Right Honorable Speaker, it is government policy in this country to procure road equipment for each district. And Right Honorable Speaker, by 2017, many of the old districts received road units. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2018, 13 new districts were created and began operational 1st July 2018. And in 2019, or thereafter, Ruchiga district was created to make 14 districts. Madam Speaker, a promise was made by government that after creation of the new districts, the Minister of Works would provide the new districts with road equipment, road units. And Madam Speaker, it is now 3 years since the promise was made. And it looks like government has backtracked on the policy initiated, especially in regard to the new districts. Right Honorable Speaker, money was budgeted in financial 2019-2020. And unfortunately, whereas the Minister of Works initiated the procurement process, concluded it, found the best evaluated bidder to supply the road units, Minister of Finance never provided the money. Right Honorable Speaker, in the previous financial year, when Honorable Bahati was still in charge of handling matters regarding to Ministry of Finance on the floor of Parliament, we tasked him to explain the non-committal behavior of government. Parliament passes money and they never release it to do what is necessary for it. Right Honorable Speaker, we are suffering. As members of Parliament, we keep putting the districts, the district engineers on task and the cows in our districts, new districts. And we ask them why our road is not being worked on. They receive money from road fund. Unfortunately, every other minute, Right Honorable Speaker, they do not have the equipment to use. When they write to Minister of Works, Minister of Works advises, borrow from the nearby districts. No neighboring district is willing to lend us the road equipment. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that let this House resolve that the next time government appears here with a supplementary request, Right Honorable Speaker, money for procurement of road units for the 14 new districts be included. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Works should also allocate at least a grader for now as we wait for government procurement to cater for road maintenance in these new districts. I know what is happening in Kasanda must be happening, Right Honorable Speaker, in many other districts that are missing road units. And the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda bars anyone to treat Ugandans differently. We are a district, we need these road units. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Members, try to make your matters of national importance short. Government, Minister of Works, we need an action to be taken in those, how many districts? 14 districts.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know my colleague has been missing me on the floor. That's why I probably referred to my name even when I've gone to another docket. But yes, this matter came on the floor of the House in the last Parliament. It is true that the new districts, we had budgeted for this money for the road equipment, but because of the challenges we are going through then, the money was not realized, and we committed ourselves
to budget for it in this financial year. Still, as everybody knows, we know what we are going through, even the budget had to be readjusted now. I think the best, in my opinion, working with as government, is really to budget for this activity, for this equipment in the next financial year, to say that we can raise money for budget equipment in the midst of COVID for this financial threat supplementary will be a big issue to handle. Therefore, let's have a commitment that as government will have this equipment budgeted for the next financial year, and as Parliament will work with it to move forward. Thank you.
And Honorable Minister, where you find that you cannot get money for all the equipment, because I know there are a number of equipments, you can go on phases, phase by phase, like what he says, if they can have at least a grader first.
Madam Speaker, we were going to have a discussion on Ministry of Works, and probably after the recess we have said, we come and inform the House about this, whether there can be some phased manner of providing some relief to the new districts, even if it's not a whole unit, but at least some unit to start with.
So when do we hear from you?
After the recess.
Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, I loved it when Honorable Bahat stood up to provide the background information. But I never expected him to carry a commitment, because now he is in trade. He is in trade. I wish he made a commitment that I'm going to speak to my colleague, but he speaks as though he's still in finance.
Honorable Sam Patrick, that is government speaking. It is not a personal issue. And you'll find that Honorable Bahati knows even more about those equipment than the current person. So for us, we want a response after recess.
So Madam Speaker, we will get a response, and that's the reason why I've been convincing the Honorable Patrick to join government. He would probably know how government works. Thank you.
Information, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Patrick, you will get a response in 2 weeks' time.
Madam Speaker, information.
Yes.
Thank you so
Christine?
much, the Right Honorable Speaker.
Christine, remember to mention your name for the answer.
Madam Speaker, I'm Christina Polot, Woman MP Kumi. I want to share with the Augusta House that at district level, there are also challenges in relation to equipment that is shared, especially the excavators and bulldozers. Many times towards the end of the financial year, because sometimes releases delay, you find the lower local governments and the higher local governments struggling for the same equipment. And by so doing, we end up having the money unutilized. So my prayer, Madam Speaker, is that if the Ministry of Works could have a draft of its budget, including an idea of budgeting for more of this equipment, so that we don't have the whole of Eastern region sharing one equipment, because it causes a lot of delays. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers. You've heard. Honorable Taiba, you're chatting on the phone. We are speaking to you. We need this issue sorted out. And just like this happened in Kasanda, another issue has come up from Eastern region.
Information. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The information I wanted to give to the House is that even the said all the districts that have the machines broke down, I think 2 or 3 years ago. Therefore, there is no work still ongoing. Thank you. I am Sekavira Dennis.
Works should make a follow-up and find out which machines are still working, and then an action is taken. Honorable Nakato Sinansi. Honorable Nakato Asinansi.
Thank you.
Honorable Nakato Asinansi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Nyakata Sinansi is my name. I'm the woman representative for Hoima City and the Shadow Minister for Minerals and Energy. Madam Speaker, I bring to the attention of this House a matter of national importance. Over 1,000 farmers from Hoima City and the districts of Hoima, Chikube, Masindi, Kakumiro, Kagadi, Bulisa, Kiriandongo, and Kibale entered into contracts to supply tobacco leaves to Continental Tobacco Uganda and Nima Tobacco Company Limited, and were to be paid between 2017 and 2019. Madam Speaker, when these companies failed to complete payments to the tobacco farmers, in September 2019, during the by-election of Woman Member of Parliament for Hoima City, the President pledged that government would pay off the outstanding balance by these companies to the tobacco farmers. And indeed, Madam Speaker, Parliament, in the supplementary expenditure schedule number 4 and addendum 1 and 2 to schedule number 4 for financial year 2020-2021, allocated 11 billion Uganda shillings towards the payment of the outstanding balance to the tobacco farmers of Bunyoro sub-region. To our disappointment, Madam Speaker, to date, these farmers have never been paid. Madam Speaker, I pray that the government gives an explanation to this Parliament why to date these farmers have not been paid, despite the fact that the money was allocated by the 10th Parliament for this activity.
Information
granted.
Right Honorable Speaker, Pius Wakabi, MP Bugaya County, Hoima District. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been following this issue of payment for tobacco farmers since the last Parliament, the 10th Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, the farmers have suffered for long. That in May this year, a tobacco farmer called Madira Edward committed suicide after waiting for a long time. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not yet even 40 years, but when you consider the rate at which my head is turning white, it is pressure from tobacco farmers. They want their money. They have put pressure on me. So it is high time that we consider these farmers this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. That could be political pressure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wakali, for the information. Madam Speaker, my other prayer is that Ministry of Trade should collaborate with the tobacco companies to update and make public a credible register of the beneficiaries following inconsistencies in the current list that the ministry is in possession. Information granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am Rose Obiga, Woman MP, Terego. Madam Speaker, what my colleagues have just alluded to here is not only for Hoima region. West Nile has districts, Koboko, from Koboko, Arua City, Terego, Yumbe, Mariokolo, that grow tobacco. Madam Maracha, I can lay on table a document where the farmers have been trying to ask government for compensation. As we consider Hoima region, Madam Speaker, it's my humble appeal before this House that West Nile region should be considered for this.
Thank you, Honorable, for the information. Finally, Madam Speaker, I pray that government should provide farmers with a payment plan
Madam Speaker,
and immediately effect their payment. Madam Speaker, I beg submit.
Thank you, Honorable Nancy. Can I have Honorable Bahati and Honorable Kafusi respond to this?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my colleague, for raising this important issue. As she said, it is true we appropriated 11 billion in the last financial year to clear the issues of tobacco farmers in the region of Bunyoro. They had been delayed by the companies, and we took a decision as government to come in so that after we have paid them, the companies then would be able to refund this money. And we have been working on this issue. We did the verifications of the farmers, and in the middle of that, and the Attorney General will add to that, some group of farmers took the companies to court. But also the verification took some time, and we do want to apologize that it took time. But as recent as 1.5 weeks ago, this matter has now been resolved. We agreed that we should pay those who are clear, and then those who are in court can come after the court case has been handled, either amicably or through the other processes, as the Attorney General will confirm. So we think that in probably 1 week or two, the farmers should be able to start receiving their resources. And then we'll wait for the companies to pay back government later on, but not allow the farmers to continue suffering when actually government, the good government, can clear this. Thank you.
Please report to this house that the said farmers have been paid as promised.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Minister of Trade has said it all. There is a team of farmers that decided to go to court, while the others did not. Our understanding with the Minister of Trade is that we should let those who are in court carry forward as we settle those that have heeded and are waiting for government to fulfill its promise. However, I must add that this is a pledge the government made out of goodwill because Ugandans are suffering. But the two companies that owe these Ugandans money are private companies. So we have to have an understanding with them as government that they are going to pay back this money. So as the government pays the Ugandans who are owed money by Continental and the other company, we have to write an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with them to make sure that they reimburse, they pay back this money to the government because it is a debt they owe to Ugandans. Thank you very much.
So, Attorney General, you mean you've not yet reached an understanding?
We have not.
Because there is a promise that in 1 week's time, the money will be paid. And if it is going to be paid in 1 week's time, my assumption is you've already reached an understanding.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Trade has gone on the ground and relying on commercial officers at every district, collected all the necessary data which they have shared with us, and we are preparing a memorandum of understanding. One, we have to agree with these companies that the claims found on the ground by the Minister of Trade are actually the amounts they owe Ugandans.
Clarification, Land Attorney General. Clarification. Thank you. Exactly the point you were trying to explain, that actually does not have space in any law of, any books of law, that you are committing to pay, but the person who owes the farmers actually has nothing to do with you. And then you're saying you will commit them after payment. Do you want to commit the taxpayer without anything whatsoever, but out of goodwill? Because we can agree as leaders of our people that we are going to pay, because what you're explaining actually has no legal space anywhere. Are you committing government that if they renege to really commit, we shall say that was really potea? Is that the point you're trying to tell this parliament, that you're even committed to enter into a potea arrangement? Because what we want is to have our people paid.
My senior colleague, the leader of opposition.
Council, what
Yes.
we want you as government to do is to commit Continental and the other company that they will pay back the money to government once you rescue our people.
Right, Honorable, that is exactly what we are doing. Like the Honorable Minister of Trade has said, we intend for payments to begin maybe in 2 weeks' time. And we believe by then, the commitments, the MOUs shall be in place. They will have been fully signed. Okay?
Yes, as Nancy.
The information I want to give this House and the Honorable Attorney General is that while the commercial officers were registering the farmers, many of them were not registered because the receipts that they had faded up, and the commercial officers were referring them to Ministry of Trade. Ministry of Trade was referring the farmers back to the companies which had closed. So very frustrated and depressed, many of them had to leave up the process of registering. So the information the Ministry of Trade has is not sufficient, Madam Speaker.
Madam, just to respond to what Honorable Sinas has said, she's basically saying that there are farmers who have no evidence of a claim but want to be paid by government. If we do that, tomorrow an audit query will come here, and then the Minister of Trade and his people will be in trouble.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm really surprised that we are having this discussion again. It first came last Parliament. At that time, there was a supplementary budget being raised, and we did query that particular aspect because there was no memorandum of understanding between the companies and government. We were wondering, honorable colleagues, how government is going to pay on somebody's behalf without an understanding. And this is a year ago. And now we are going through the same discussion. I remember having personally raised the issue with the then Attorney General that you cannot pay public monies on behalf of a private company without a memorandum of understanding. And what we hear now is that some of those companies have closed. If they have closed, with whom are you going to enter into a memorandum of understanding with? If these companies don't exist. So really, we are having a big problem. And Right Honorable Speaker, yes, we need to know the legal regime that governs this particular compensation. We need to know it. Is it ex gratia, such that we know these companies, private companies, have done bad business, and we are not paying on their behalf, but we are trying to assist our farmers? Then we know that is the relationship. But if it is a commercial transaction, I have a problem, Right Honorable Speaker.
It is not a commercial, it was a promise that was made.
As ex gratia?
That's what we need to understand from AG.
So there's really a problem. And what message are we sending to other private companies? That you go, you fail in your business, and then government pays your debts. I think we need clear government policy on this issue about compensation. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would have been happy to answer Honorable Katuntu's queries with the MOU present. Then the MOU would tell you that, look, we know the person who has undertaken to reimburse government's money. And it's not ex gratia. It's not ex gratia. And these companies have not closed shop. We are in negotiations with these companies. The major issue they want to know is that the amount they are going to owe government is actually the amount they owe the farmers. I'll give you an example. 500 and around 65 people went to court, and they are claiming around 2.something billion. The companies are in court contesting that. And we are saying that is not our area. We are going to clear those that you are not contesting for now. So it's a matter of time, and I'm asking for patience from this parliament. We shall present the MOUs when they are ready, and we shall know, parliament will know who will have been paid and which company has obligation to return
Attorney
government
General,
money. Yes, ma'am.
what Honorable Abudu is saying, we equally have to be conscious of taxpayers' money. In the circumstance where they say the company closed, whom are we making an MOU with? Who will be the one to pay back the money? That is what Honorable Katuntu is asking. And we are acting under what legal regime?
Right, Honorable, I have responded and said the companies have not closed. In fact, I can tell you, I'm not seeing Honorable Segona here, but he represents one of those companies. So these companies have not closed.
Point of clarification.
Can we have those MOUs in this house before payments are done?
We shall do our best. We shall present them to the House. Most obliged.
Yes.
Is it procedural right for the right Attorney General? The Attorney General, yes, to say that they are going to start with those ones who didn't go to court. Yet, if it was not for those ones who went to court, even those ones who did not go to court were not known that they were demanding these tobacco companies. Madam Speaker, I pray that the government or Ministry of Trade holds these payments till all the farmers are settled and they are paid at once, Madam Speaker.
Honorable
And I also pray that,
Sinasi.
Madam Speaker, Ministry of Trade goes back on the ground and get the account numbers for those farmers so that they can effect their monies direct on their accounts, just the way the tobacco companies have been doing, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sinasi, we cannot tamper with what is in court. We will pay the people that are not in court. And once the other ones are finished or they withdraw their court cases, then they can be cleared. Honorable Taylor.
Right, Honorable Speaker. May I seek your indulgence? That,
Honorable Taylor.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Taylor. Taylor John.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, my name is John Taylor. I represent the people of Gabla North constituency from Kamali District. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance. Towards the general elections which we just concluded, there was a general outcry from all the fishing communities of Uganda about the brutality and the torture that had been visited onto them by the Marine Protection Unit. Right Honorable Speaker, this outcry prompted the President to direct one General Chanda to lead a team to go to these fishing grounds and establish the real havoc that had been done. Right Honorable Speaker, Bugabla North constituency specifically, a team led by General Chisame visited the fishing grounds of Chibuye and Chamatende. The stories that came from those villages were really alarming.
Subsequently, there was a commitment that compensation of the victims of this torture would be made before the general elections. This included loss of lives and property, specifically boats that were destroyed, fishing nets, and other fishing gear. Right Honorable Speaker, it is dismaying to note right now that the compensation has never been done. But be that as it may, there is still continuous torture of the fishing communities by the Marine Protection Unit. Right Honorable Speaker, Article 24 of the Constitution, which we sought to protect and defend, is clearly against cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. Specifically, Article 44 makes torture a non-derogable right. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers, the compensation which was promised should be made, and I'm glad the Minister for Finance is here. Timelines should be set on when this compensation will take place and following which manner. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, this continued violation of our Constitution, when legislators are here having sworn. Information granted.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable John Taylor.
Information, Right Honorable Speaker.
MP Bunya County South in Maige District. Right Honorable Speaker, the information that I want to give to Honorable colleague is that the same team towards elections led by General Chanda came to my constituency, and the meeting was held in Uganda Town Council. The same commitment was made, and His Excellency the President committed himself and the government that the affected families are going to be compensated. Later, still a team was sent in the very communities to go and carry out investigations. But up to now, no report has been produced, and the fate of our people who were tortured is not known. Thank you, Honorable, for giving way.
Information.
Thank you, Honorable, for the information. Information,
Honorable Speaker.
Information, second. Right Honorable Speaker, for a record, I'm Honorable Court Moses Jr. BTEC, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kyoga County. The information that is being provided by my colleague, Dr. Agnes Apea, may not differ in form and substance. So I pray that she allows me submit on the same.
Information, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, I hail from a fishing community in Lake Kyoga. I represent the fishing community. The brutality that is in Lake Kyoga is so appalling, it's worrying. As of to date, a lady called Akelo Mili was killed by the Fish Protection Unit in Lake Kyoga. And this is not an isolated situation. A month ago, Omara Patrick was killed by the same Fish Protection Unit. And there are about 144 litigants that have sued the government of Uganda that the matter is pending in the High Court of Lira, that the government of Uganda is likely to lose monies that is arising out of the brutality which is in the lake. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is our prayers as members of Parliament representing the fishing community that a comprehensive investigation or this matter be referred to the committee, or a comprehensive investigation be conducted on the conduct of
Responsible ministry, government, can I have a response to that? Because it is
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm begging to give more information.
cross-cutting all the fishing
Right
districts.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give more information.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
I beg to lay these
What
documents.
document are you laying on table?
Oh, Right Honorable Speaker, these are pictorial evidence of persons who have been brutalized, then the case list of cases that are pending in court as a result of the brutality in
When
the
the
leg.
minister goes to your constituency and he finds it out, then you can lay on table. How do we confirm that they are correct documents?
Most obliged.
Minister, an address, in your address, you should talk about all the districts that are within the water bodies.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, information
Honorable
before the minister
Speaker.
comes. Thank you, Right
Honorable Speaker,
Members, don't grab the microphone. Can you sit?
thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the protection. Allow me, first of all, congratulate you. I have not been around, and I didn't have opportunity to use this microphone to congratulate you upon your elevation to that chair. And I congratulate all the members who were able to make to this house. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members who have raised the issue of Fisheries Protection Unit. And I want to correct the first honorable member who talked of marine soldiers. Fisheries Protection Unit is different from the marine soldiers. However, I am just hearing from here and from them that there was a promise to compensate the illegal fishers whose boats were destroyed. It has not come to my knowledge. And we have no single day we have agreed to compensate any illegal fisher. When you illegally go and fish, you are actually destroying the lake and the fish. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the issue of compensation of the people whose boats were destroyed has not come to my desk.
Order.
And if General Chanda and the team went and he pledged this,
Order.
let them allow me to consult with the General Chanda to agree.
Order.
There's an order here.
Right Honorable Speaker, with persons lying dead, with persons lying slain in the hospital beds, with persons losing their economic background, is the Right Honorable Minister, is the minister in order to come out and say that the victims do not have in any sense any right to be compensated, yet persons have lost their people? Is she in order? Is she in order?
Honorable Okot, legally the victims have a right to compensation.
Exactly.
But the minister is saying they did not mention that they were going to compensate, but they have their legal right.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As you have rightly put it, I was saying I will have time to consult with the General Chanda to find out what the resolutions they got during that time. We are all aware we have been having had time of meetings, but I promise colleagues.
Procedure from our own.
Right Honorable Speaker, the minister is on the right track. But in the tennis parliament, this matter was nearly handled in detail. I do recall that this matter was sent to the Committee on Agriculture, which is handling the issue of fisheries, to conduct an investigation. And I want to believe the chair is here. And she's the continuing chair for the Committee on Agriculture. How I wish we first benefited from the work of that committee. Otherwise, we are trying to again recycle the same thing which you had in the tennis parliament, even at the close. So isn't it procedurally proper
that we get to hear what happened with that report that was authored by that committee. To avoid all this, I thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, I request honorable members to be patient, to allow me communicate to you. Then when you are not satisfied, you can still raise, because you're actually raising issues that I want to answer. So I'm going to handle it with the General Chanda. Then the issue of the committee that was set to investigate Fisheries Protection Unit. The report will be brought, but meanwhile, what the team got on the ground caused some of individual soldiers to be arrested, and they're on trial right now. The issue is about to be concluded, and I will bring to your attention in this house.
Honorable Minister, I would request that you have a meeting with all the leaders, MPs of those areas. When you have a meeting, you will hear maybe more than what can be spoken here, and then you report back to this house what conclusions you've come up with and what actions you're going to take as a ministry.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Last term, Honorable Speaker, last term, I was able to call some of the members, and appreciate most of the members right now from fishing communities are new. I promised to call for another meeting, but I wanted you to know last time I called the MPs from different areas, fishing communities, and together with the Fisheries Protection Unit. And we had a meeting, and we resolved that I would go to different places. Honorable Speaker, one of the places I went to was Amolatar, where I called the fishermen, and I had a very big meeting with them. I went to different landing sites, and I am just learning from the honorable member that even today, the Fisheries Protection...
Honorable Minister, take the ruling I've given you. Unfortunately, most of the people you met, most of the MPs you met, got injuries.
Most obliged, Honorable
can
Speaker.
you arrange for that meeting
Order, Madam Speaker.
and report back to this house?
Most obliged, Honorable
Order,
Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Order on what?
Right, Honor.
You're making an order on what? Honorable Migade? Honorable Migade Robert? Members, try to make your issues very short.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Much as I'm very interested on that subject, but I'm coming on another issue. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on a matter of national importance. 2 weeks ago, the Minister of Health was on the floor of this parliament as the senior minister. And he informed this parliament that the government had procured a number of ambulances, including 3 boat ambulances. And the 3 boat ambulances had been distributed to 1 Amolata, 2 Kalangala, and the 3rd Buvuma. She went on to inform this parliament that the boat ambulances were really helpful in transporting COVID patients, and we are really doing wonders. Madam Speaker, why I'm raising on a matter of national importance? I represent Buvuma, and there is no single boat ambulance. And as far as I'm aware, there is no other boat ambulance that was sent to Kalangala, and the same applies to Amolata. My issue is that we demand or we request the Minister of Health who did not only make that statement here, but also at the media briefing on the same, So the demand from our people now that your MPs, where are our boat ambulances? So may the minister find time and make the same clarification on the floor, where our boat ambulances are, because the beneficiaries cannot trace them anywhere. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Honorable Member for raising that national issue. And I want to confirm that, yes, the Senior Minister in the Ministry of Health confirmed that the ministry had purchased 3 boat ambulances. Right Honorable Speaker, you directed that this ministry should come up with a comprehensive report and which would be detailed enough, and the dates were given. I want to confirm to the colleague that in our detailed report, we shall come and answer the 3 ambulances, both ambulances that were bought, where they are supposed to be or are, and the more boats that we are looking forward to purchase. As of now, our report is ready. We are waiting to come and present it to the House. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, were the ambulances built and, bought and sent to the constituency? Because this was a statement from the minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, as I've said, I stand by the minister's statement, but I need to find out clearly whether they have been sent to the areas they were allocated to, or
can Government Chief Whip, can you get us that feedback as to whether the ambulances were bought and whether they have been sent? And we need that confirmation in a week's time.
Can I?
Much obliged, Madam Right.
Right Honorable
Information.
Speaker.
Right,
Naluima.
Information, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Katuntu first.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honorable Migade for raising this matter of national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry appeared before our committee and did submit that it had procured 38 fully equipped ambulances, 33 were the basic life support, which you call road ambulances, then 2, the type C, which is intensive care road ambulances, then 3 type C water ambulances. They did also submit to us that government had spent 11 billion shillings to purchase the 38 ambulances, comprising of the 3 water ambulances, the 2 intensive care ambulances, and the 33 basic type ambulances. The minister further submitted, Right Honorable Speaker, that the ambulances are in use and being managed under the national ambulance system that is regionally coordinated under 14 regions. It also gave a list of what they call a distribution list of those ambulances. And one of them was Kalangala, and then the other 2 places. So as far as we are concerned, those ambulances
are operating. Unless we are sinners, or you are sinners and you don't see them. But the
Information,
minister
Right
says
Honorable Speaker.
they are operating in those three places.
Information.
And this is written.
Information, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable
Just a
Speaker,
minute.
and Honorable Katun for the information. I think, Madam Speaker, we have to devise a new way how we really get credible information. If I'm one MP representing Buvuma Islands, and I stand on the floor, it's not just for purposes of media coverage. I'm giving reliable information that actually there are no, as far as Buvuma is concerned, there's no ambulance. In fact, Honorable Katundu has made it worse, that they are even fueling these ambulances. So then actually the Minister of Health has more work.
Information, Right Honorable
But
Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I want to reaffirm that as far as
Information
Buvuma is concerned, there is no bottom, and even in the region, because I know Lake Victoria right from Entebbe up to Mayuge. So even in Mayuge, the whole of the Lake Victoria Basin, there is no such ambulance which is in operation.
Yes, information.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
After you, then Macho.
I would like to inform the August House and the Right Honorable Speaker that since the 10th Parliament budgeted for the procurement of those bots of the health centers of Kalangala district and all the other districts, Right Honorable Speaker, all we have seen are bots on a certain port on social media saying they are on their way. That is all we have seen. Our health department in Kalangala district has not received even an engine. Our people on Lake Victoria are dying. The women in Kalangala district die on the lake in canoes going to the health centers because they're very far from where their homes are. Right Honorable Speaker, it's my humble prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, that
Honorable
these ambulances
Macho.
are brought to our districts. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Macho.
Madam Speaker, I stood on a point of clarification. I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Katuntu, for the very good statement he gave concerning ambulances. Madam Speaker, you know, in Uganda, sometimes 10 is called 100, and sometimes 100 is called 10. That's why it was on a point of clarification from the minister whether the ambulance she's talking about are ambulances that were purchased by the Ministry of Health or the ambulances that were donated by the people, because there is a contradiction there. And I need really clarification and clarity between the ambulances that
The
were donated by the
ambulances were
people.
bought at 11 billion. Bought, not donated.
Madam Speaker, why I'm asking for clarification? The ambulances that were bought by 11 million, you might find that after audit by the internal auditor, they might be the ambulances that were donated by the people. Because I was shocked the other day when I read on media that when UNICEF donated 500 cylinders, the ministry announced 100 cylinders. And nobody, even the spokesperson of the Ministry of Health, came out to clarify on that matter. And therefore, at the same time, I would like to clarify, where is the ambulance for Busia Health Airport? Because all the drivers who are got with COVID-19 on the board of Busia are put in pickups, and the pickups are the ones they call ambulances.
Procedure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Procedure.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your
Yeah.
indulgence.
There's a
Right
proce-
Honorable Speaker.
There's a procedure matter first.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Elijah Mshemeza, Member of Parliament, Shema County South. Right Honorable Speaker, you have ruled that the Chief Whip should come up with the information whether these
ambulances were purchased. Is it procedurally correct to continue debating when you have already ruled?
Information.
Right,
Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
Speaker, clarification.
I have not ruled on the procedure matter.
Thank you, Right, Honorable Speaker.
Information, Right Honorable Speaker.
I don't know which
What
information you want to give.
Honorable Abudu Katuntu did was to give a clarification on the minister, on what the minister was saying. And naturally, after that clarification from the people who have been on ground, the debate should have stopped because I had already given a ruling to the effect. And based on that, Government Chief Whip, government, you have heard all what is being said. It seems what is being said that the ambulances may not be there. Actually, I would say they are not there.
Right, Honorable Speaker, clarification. You had given a point of clarification, right?
Yes, clarification.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, what can help give us a clear clarification on whether the ambulances exist or not is explicit. Every water vessel or motor vehicle, in this case, water vessel registered in Uganda, must have a registration number. Now, the best thing the minister should come and give clarity to this House is to produce the registration numbers of every water vessel in form of an ambulance and where it is attributed to. And that will close the debate, Right Honorable Speaker. That is only the clarification I'm seeking.
Honorable Minister.
In case she has them, it will lay all our questions to rest.
Honorable Minister, we need a clarification on the ambulances that you talked about.
Thank you, Right Honorable
And as
Speaker.
the Honorable Mehdi has said, at least they must have registration numbers. You're not going to continue lamenting on the floor when people are dying in the village.
I want to give a clarification on that, Right Honorable Speaker. I have got the information from the ministry, and as I said, there is a report that is ready. I wouldn't want to preempt it, debating it now, not until I've been given a chance. But to answer about the 3 boat ambulances, Right Honorable Speaker, the 3 boat ambulances are, as of now, and with the guidance of the Government Chief Whip to confirm where they are, I have been told they are at the security system at the Marine in Tebe, and the ministry is in the process to meet with the district officials, my colleague from Uvuma and the others next week, to work out modalities of maintaining them, having them.
Honorable Anifa, the report says the ambulances are on the ground. They're in Buvuma. So why are we contradicting all the time?
Right Honorable Speaker, that is the report that the Honorable Katut team gave, but we have an explanation in our report that we have not answered. So we have an expression in our report.
Can I have a report on those ambulances? If it means you, Honorable Taiwo, are going to Buvuma, I need that report.
They are not on the...
Right, Honorable Speaker. Much obliged. We shall be coming back to the floor to make a presentation.
Honorable Naluyima.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Naluyima Bet Etho is my name, the woman MP Wakiso District, and also Shadow Minister, Local Government. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on this matter of national importance concerning the need by the Inspectorate of Government to provide an alternative method of declaring assets and liabilities for the local leaders and public officers who are unable to have adequate facilities for the declaration right now that is provided and who do not have the infrastructure to do so. Right, Honorable Speaker, under Article 223 of the Constitution, it directs Parliament to establish by law the leadership code of conduct for persons holding certain offices. And pursuant to this article, Parliament enacted the Leadership Code Act, which among others obligates officers and leaders to declare all their incomes, assets, and liabilities to the Inspectorate of Government upon becoming so in those respective offices for public officers after each and every 5 years and for leaders after 2 years. Madam Speaker, the current period for submitting declarations as outlined by the Inspectorate of Government is expiring on 7th of August at midnight. Madam Speaker, we note that whereas the online system is really well designed to cater for declaration of the assets, income, and liabilities in such a fast and efficient way, it does not cater for those very local leaders who are not in position to have internet infrastructure, who are not able to have the different capacity of the internet. They don't have the data bundles. They are really incapacitated. And given this, we are very much aware, Madam Speaker, that according to the latest World Bank reports.
What are your prayers?
My prayers, Madam Speaker, are that the Inspectorate of Government provides an alternative method of declaring income, assets, and liabilities for the local leaders out there who are unable. And it should as well be able to extend the period from 7th August at midnight, whereas also government should be able to install high-speed internet, especially at local levels. And as well, my prayer is to ask government to ensure that we are able to have internet at all, in all places in the country at an affordable rate. We are very much aware at this time, data is really so high. But in my area like Wakiso, a person verifying in that Wusi Island, that person is unable to declare at this moment.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Attorney General, I want to find out, what does the law say? Is it strict on online, or you can have an option of hard copy?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the people expected to declare are in thousands, and the office of the IGG has received a lot of outcry, just like my honorable colleague has said. System failure and being slow, especially for our colleagues who are up country and they are required to declare. I intend to liaise with the office of the IGG to see if it is possible to extend the period beyond the 7th, so that people have time to look for the right areas with proper network to fill the necessary forms for declaration. Thank
Is the law strict on online, or you can do it on a hard copy?
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
I am asking you on what the law is.
Madam Speaker, the law is not strict, but the practice has been online, and that's what we have all been doing. Because if we really asked everybody to fill forms.
Council, what we are saying, in the circumstance that these local people cannot be able to access, why don't we be flexible to make sure that they fill hard copies to be brought to IGG?
Right Honorable, the best we can do right now for the office of the IGG is consider extending time, so that a person who is in a part of Chegegwa, where I come from, and where he has not been able to get proper internet connection to fill those forms, he can move to a place where he can find that connection and fill the forms.
Assuming I declared on using a hard copy and you refuse to capture my data, would you sue me for that?
Right, Honorable, what we have now, the system is rigged in such a way that it has to be done on computer because you fill in, then you get a code, you get a password, and everything is online. But adjustments can be made, right,
But the
Honorable.
system is made by people. Just imagine somebody deep down there in Bukedea who doesn't even know anything about a computer. What do you do?
Right, Honorable, like I said, I pledge to liaise with the office of the IGG.
And be mindful that the days are going.
We shall see what we can do to make it possible for the people to declare as the law requires.
Honorable Atukwasa Rita.
Clarification, Honorable Speaker, on that matter.
Atukwasa Rita.
Clarification, Honorable Speaker.
Atukwasa Rita. Kinkizi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this chance. Madam Speaker, I raised on the matter concerning the agreement made between Tropical Leaf Uganda Limited and the people of Chihi Sub-County, Nyanga Sub-County, and Nyamirama Sub-County. On January 2nd, 2019, where they were supposed to grow tobacco, and Tropical Leaf Uganda Limited was supposed to procure and pay the farmers. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the guidance you gave that on the general, especially in dealing with the people, the farmers that didn't go to court. And Madam Speaker, my people did not also go to court much as they are not in Bunyoro and West Nile, but they are also suffering. Madam Speaker, I want to seek your indulgence such that my people also be on the list to be catered for in paying such that they also enjoy the liberties that they have by the Constitution.
Attorney General, include that in your in your report, and the hand of people of Kinkizi too.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Right, Honorable, the tobacco payment exercise arose as a result of a pledge by the President. And what we have in our docket are the two companies that were operating in Bunyoro at the time, Bunyoro sub-region, that is Continental and Nema Tabak. But in the event that it is necessary to expand, because like Honorable Katuntu said, a supplementary budget was brought here on the floor of Parliament in the 10th Parliament. And it was specifically in respect of those companies. But if you deem it necessary to expand, one, it will mean that we are not able to pay those that we have pledged to start with.
First, study the claim. After you've studied the claim of those people, then you come back and report to the House what the claim is about.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. However, I still think we shall need to consult the origin of the pledge for us to pay. Because if we are asked to pay
we
two
are
companies,
not telling you to go and pay. We are saying go understand, go and study what claim is.
most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Lutamaguzi. Then Akelo Christian.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on a matter of national importance. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, there is a general scarcity of Yaka meters countrywide. In my constituency of Nakaseke South, more than 1,000 people applied for Yaka meters for almost a full year now, Madam Speaker, but up to now, they have never received them. I have come to know that this problem is not only affecting Nakaseke people, but it's a general problem countrywide. So many people applied for Yaka meters, but they are not getting them. So, Madam Speaker, we want to know what actually from the relevant organs that are supposed to supply Yaka meters in the country, what has gone wrong. Precisely, my prayer is that because government is partly concerned about this issue, government should come out and explain to Ugandans, especially those whose economic activities do rely on use of electricity, what has happened to the supply of Yaka meters. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Information, Madam Speaker.
Information.
Government.
Information, Madam Speaker.
Information, Madam. Information, Right Honorable Speaker.
Very much for granting me the opportunity. My name is Dixon Kateshungwa from
Katesh,
Shema.
give your information.
Yeah, I would like to add information to what Honorable Lutamaguzi has said. There was a policy on electrical connections, and that policy made it very difficult for people who had wired their houses to get connected to electricity. And we understand that that policy was later amended, but I would like to inform this House that very many people, indeed, like my colleague has said, in Shema and many parts of the country, have had to suffer for many, many months without electricity. And the reason we are getting is that there is a consignment that is coming with meters, and they have been under verification by UNBS. And this has taken long. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the responsible ministry to tell us when people will be connected so that people get out of darkness and start living like citizens of Uganda that are entitled to light and also to be able to live a quality life. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Information.
Dr. Batua.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue of inadequate Yaka meters is so wide and devastating that as I speak now, Jinja that was recently elevated to city status, the markets within the city do not have these meters, and Umema has resorted to bulking these customers in markets to work under 1 meter, yet their activities are not near anywhere close. As such, they are really burdened. One market in particular has a bill of about 20 million, and it's being demanded to clear that bill before it's put back to power. So, Madam Speaker, this issue should be treated with the urgency it requires.
Information, Madam Speaker.
Government.
Information, Madam Speaker.
Government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, this is indeed a very important issue. And we as government, we had also already, through Electricity Regulatory Authority, linked up with UMEME to ensure that these meters can come quickly. Their issue was the travel and import interruptions. But luckily enough, the Minister for Energy is also here. He can come and substantiate. I had not known he's here, so he can make it very easy. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Akello.
Information, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Akello Christine.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a Minister of State for Energy. I would
And
wish
the
to-
minister is here.
Yes.
Okay.
The government chief whip didn't realize I was seated behind him, but I will wish to continue from where he has ended. But before I do that, I wish to congratulate you for your new position. I also wish to congratulate everybody, including the ministers, for assuming these positions. This is my first time to talk. Yes, we are aware about the problem we have on the meters and connectivity of electricity. The government policy on free connection is still on, and we have received 87,000 meters, which will facilitate us to connect following the free connection policy. However, the demand for connection is higher than the meters that we have received. And we have actually reviewed the policy for those who are able to connect, to pay for connectivity. Let them go ahead and connect. There is a provision for that. Those who are not able will wait for the free connection. However, the 87,000 meters that we have received, there is need for them to conform with the standards, our national standards. And there is a need for us to take these meters through testing, and each meter will be tested on an individual basis to avoid faults going to the consumers. And the cost of testing, it is going to be done by National Bureau of Standards. And each meter is costed at 8,000 shillings. And when you multiply that with the 87,000 meters, that's quite a substantial amount of money. The ministry has requested the Ministry of Trade to waiver that provision for testing of the meters. That's what's delaying the availability of these meters. I wish to submit, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, in 11th Parliament, we have agreed on action-oriented. We need an action on what has been raised and kindly make a follow-up. And if it means visiting a constituency, a district, please do and clear all those issues.
Speaker.
Honorable Kello, Aogon.
That very serious matter. Government helped us to connect, to bring power down to some of the places like schools. In my constituency, I have more than 60 schools where power has been extended to, but it has not been, the poles are there. It has not been switched on for almost 2 years now. And we want government to come out. It's something that I feel is across the country. To tell us clearly what has gone wrong, because something is wrong maybe somewhere. What is happening? We need to hear about this so that we pray for government. Thank you.
It's good you share the same concept with the
Information, Madam
minister.
Speaker.
Akello,
Information, Madam Speaker.
Madam Akello. Dan, is that Dan?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Dan.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, for us to start discussing Yakamitas alone is to look at a small challenge within the bigger problem. Right Honourable Speaker, in my place, load shedding, it is expected as you expect to breathe anytime. People who have small businesses cannot run because of load shedding. Right Honourable Speaker, I think we should do a comprehensive study of this sector and its challenges. Because the minister is saying the testing fee is high, so it is taking time. He's actually not committing on when they are testing and when we should expect to get meters. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg that we do a comprehensive study of the sector, maybe understand their challenges or their weaknesses, so that we rectify, so that our gospel of prosperity in the common areas of the villages resonates with our policies, and then we do not look to be joking with the people. Thank you very much.
Information,
Dr.
Madam
Kasai,
Speaker.
are you taking note?
Information, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Aisha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Aisha Kawanda from Butambala.
I agree with the honorable colleague that there is a bigger problem in this sector. Madam Speaker, electricity connection. One pole service is 720,000 shillings. That's no pole service. No pole, 720. One pole service is 2,387,000, some plus some small money. Those are conductors uninsulated. The point, Madam Speaker, the farmers, I come from an area where we plant eucalyptus trees that are used for electricity connection. We sell a pole at between 100,000 shillings and 150,000 shillings. I have consulted and learned that after treatment, a pole costs 600,000 shillings. Madam Speaker, I wonder what government does to push this cost from 600,000 shillings to 2.3 million shillings. There's something wrong. A farmer sells a pole at 100,000 shillings, and you make this same farmer to procure a pole from you at 2.3. Something is very wrong. We must make a thorough investigation to find out what goes wrong. The president many times has decried of electricity tariffs, and he says he's putting up so many dams to be able to address the cost. But I'm now talking about electricity poles that even have no connection with generation. We must do something, Madam Speaker, to help our people that consume this electricity that is very expensive and ends up affecting everything, including the cost of the product that we produce at the end of it all. I thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Kolinga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Paul Simon Peter, representing Kanyum County in Kumi District.
You're also Kolinga, not so?
He also Kolinga.
Okay.
That's my other name. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on the same matter. I think government needs to change the policy on connectivity. It is a private company, Umeme, that is scooping money from the people on no investment. You ask the people to connect themselves buy a pole and continue paying more money almost on a daily basis to the same company. So what investment is the company doing? It is something wrong. And then on the same matter, I really request that the Minister of Energy also intensifies on the issue of rural electrification. Because my area where I come from, there are so many places that have been left, including my own trading center where I reside in my constituency. So I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
There's information from the Minister. Members, we need to finalize with matters of national importance.
Information, Madam Speaker. Information. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank colleagues for raising this pertinent issue. It is true that as government, we are aware of the high cost that has been incurred on these electoral polls. And the information I want to give Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues is that government has taken a position that imported polls, most of these polls were imported, and now we are going out. We have already banned the importation of these polls that were imported from somewhere and was costing too much for Ugandans. We are going to embark on using our own grown polls, which should be much cheaper than these ones we are talking about.
So the minister is responding to what Aisha was raising on the cost.
Information. Madam
Information.
Speaker.
Is that
Information.
Is that Basil?
Information.
Basil.
Information.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Whom are you ordering? What is the order about?
Right Honorable Speaker, the minister who was telling a lie on the floor of Parliament that the eucalyptus tree that is being used to
Basil.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This being my maiden time to speak, I wish to congratulate you upon assuming the seat of speakership. Madam Speaker, the issue being raised about electricity is very, very, very important. In my constituency, two things that I would like to talk about. One, the president has over the years talked about rural electrification, majorly to save the environment. And as of now, in my constituency, some homes or some lines have been established and they have been there for 3 years, transformers put in place, but there is no connection.
Which one is your constituency?
My constituency is Kashar North in Mbarara district. Secondly, there are some villages that are skipped with no reason. And thirdly, the issue of people being told to connect, to pay for connection themselves, and also the people who are installing the power.
Members, let me have the last one.
Yes.
The issues of electricity have been heard and the ministry must handle. Come back and report to this house on what actions you're taking on the issues of electricity.
Information.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am Dr. Bokadi Di George, area member of Parliament of Bongi constituency. I would like to provide extra information on the challenge of access to electricity for Ugandans. For the last 35 years, Honorable Speaker, the people of Bongi have requested the government of Uganda and the Parliament for extension of power to Obongi district. As I speak now, Madam Speaker, Obongi district is the only district in Western Nile that has no access to electricity. Two opportunities came up. One under the electricity connection to refugees hosting districts. All the refugees hosting districts have access to electricity except Obongi. The second came under the rural electrification. Madam Speaker, while others are talking about the extension of electricity to their village, to their trading centers as a whole district, Obongi has no electricity. And I pray that as we comprehensively look into the issue of rural electrification, Obongi is considered. Thank you.
Dr. Okasai, take an issue for Obongi. Finally, Macho.
Madam Speaker, the problem of electricity in this country, I think needs thorough and general overhaul. Because you remember Parliament appropriated money for REA, but the Minister of Energy has refused to give REA money because they think the merger is there tomorrow. And this is what I think is the major problem. It's a very big problem that I think as we talk now, our people will suffer for long. And also at the same time, Umeme, I keep calling it a tick that is milking the economy of this country. Madam Speaker, Umeme needs overhaul, and I pray that when the contract of these people, Umeme, ends, it should not be renewed, because I believe, and I want to agree with my mentor, President Museveni, that Umeme is the problem for the energy sector of this country. Because as I talk now, Umeme came and even paid to open up an office in Busia. It is 2 years. It nearly costed me to come back because people had called me an NRM candidate a liar that we promised them a Umeme office. Imagine People of Busia, people of Bugiri, people of Namayingo have to move 3 districts to go to and pay in Tororo in case there is any problem. I therefore, Madam Speaker, request you, good enough, you're a very capable speaker, direct the Minister of Energy that Busia district should get a memo office. But Madam Speaker, as I finished, I don't know where the Minister of Energy has smuggled himself out of the house. I wanted him to tell Uganda why there is no electricity in Zambia police station. There is no electricity at Kibuli police station. Imagine, police officers are using a candle in Uganda. Even there's at Busia police station. Information.
Information.
Thank you, Madam.
Information. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Afidra Olema Ronald, Member of Parliament for Lower Madi. I'm grateful I'm grateful to the matter of national importance being raised by my colleague on issues of connectivity to electricity. Madam Speaker, Lower Madi, which is in Madi Okolo and West Nile District, similarly to my colleague from Obong District, is a district that has never seen power since its creation. But the good news was in 2016, His Excellency promised that electricity must be taken to Madi Okolo. I'm glad to share this information that for the last 2 years, poles have been erected in the district headquarters, but power has never been connected to the district headquarters. The reasons are beyond us. It is with the Minister of Energy. My appeal to you, Madam Speaker, is as a new district, can Minister of Energy fasten the connectivity of the district headquarters to power? As I end, Madam Speaker, I represent
Commission, Madam Speaker.
I represent a constituency of 7 sub-counties. None of my sub-counties has never seen power. In this house, which
Honorable
is the August House,
Honorable Fidra, we have gotten your information.
Information, Madam
We
Speaker.
are going to make sure that we get communication from the Ministry of Energy in regard to electricity in the whole of Uganda.
Information,
We
Madam
want information on REA. Now that we gave money to REA and the money is cannot be received by REA because the vote has been pushed to the ministry. We need that information. Leader of opposition.
Thank you for your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for the last 2 weeks, I've been very keen on the noble issues our honorable colleagues bring here on the floor. And they speak to something very particular. There is very serious information gap between government and the leaders of our people, the members of parliament. And my sense is that some of this information is very easily available. And I would like to indulge comrades on the front bench at the right of the speaker to find a way of easing our methods of work. Namely, if you so wish, Right Honorable Speaker, to probably find a way of availing a logo frame of activities in this financial year in their ministries. We have had a debate. Yesterday, we had 1.5 hours on roads. Today, we have had ample time on electricity. Today, we also have had a lot of debate on the problems on the fishing communities. Would it be proper, Right Honorable Speaker, if the members on the front bench, the honorable ministers, provided, because ordinarily you would ask the members to go and read MPS documents. But I also know that because of COVID, there's been a departure from the MPS. And we have not had occasion as Parliament to come here and discuss the frozen, plans over the financial year. Would it be okay if they so wished through the Prime Minister to offer some form of logo frame, each ministry to the members' pigeonholes on activities? Because yesterday on roads, there was some kind of sparring. The ministers were saying we are working on your road, and the members were saying there's no road being worked on. To help members follow up and to enable debate happen coherently, would that help, Right Honourable Speaker? Because we seem to be debating at cross purposes, and we seem to be losing ground on time. We have a recess, Right Honourable Speaker, of some days. Would this be enough time, with your indulgence, to ask of the ministers on the right to find space to out some logo frame that can facilitate members to follow up issues? Because some of the issues need members to follow up with the ministers and the ministries, and they do not have to find their way in Parliament for debate. I don't know. I'm thinking aloud, Speaker, for lack of a proper procedural, arrangement. And I seem to be seeing how much time we are losing in scattered. I'm sorry to use the word scattered. It might sound unparliamentary, but I'm trying to find a way of helping members be able to benefit from this debate and service their communities. Right, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Lo.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. This is my first time to be on the floor of Parliament. I'm called Christina Kello, Member of Parliament from Erute North, Lira District. I rise on the issue of national importance concerning the effect of COVID-19 on the schools, especially the first lockdown. Students reported to school.
Beatrice, can you discuss that issue when we are discussing the matter of COVID from the task force?
Right, Honourable.
Because you'll be repeating yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, discuss it when after the report, when they are discussing the report. Kauma?
Right, Honourable, on the government side, because the leader of opposition has raised a very, very salient issue. I think he needs to get the government position on that. Right, Honourable Speaker, I do concur with the leader of opposition. Colleagues, I remember we were given copies of the budget. We were given copies of the background to the budget. We need to go, we read through, but also it's very, very important to take on from where our colleagues, especially for new members, from where our colleagues had stopped. I want to inform you, Right Honourable Speaker, that our offices as government are always open. I request colleagues, instead of bringing every matter on the floor to come as a matter of national importance, I kindly request you, you should come, government offices are open, you first share with the ministers. I've met most of you, most who have taken that route, have had their issues resolved. But when we say for every issue, you come, you want the constituency to see you debating, presenting their issue, in the end, it gets lost in all these matters. So government is open, come to the ministers, come to your chief whip, I can introduce you to your minister, and from all sides, by the way, even opposition. I have opposition colleagues who have come and we've managed to solve these issues. But we are going to ensure, Right Honourable Speaker, that we provide those papers to the MPs. I thank you.
Order.
Madam Speaker.
Order, Honourable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on procedure here.
Procedure, Madam
There is a procedure matter.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable colleague, Christine, was making her maiden speech. And how I wish we gave her an opportunity to go.
I have guided Christine. And I know why I've guided her, because the matter on COVID is coming up. So she will be among the first people to speak on COVID.
And that will be the maiden procedure.
There is another procedural issue from Elijah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have listened to the government chief whip.
The response to the government chief whip.
Madam Speaker, I don't know whether it's procedurally right for the government chief whip to try to gag members from raising the issues about their constituencies. They need, the MPs need their voters to hear that they are raising the issues that affect their constituencies.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, the ministries are there, but you must raise the matter here first to cause the attention. The people get to know, then you can follow up with you. They can follow up with the ministry, they can follow up with the prime minister, or they can be given direction, but they need information. Right Honorable Speaker, like the issue we're talking about electricity. Madam Speaker, in the last parliament, I think it was the 9th parliament, we did pass a loan for electricity to be extended to every sub-county in this country. So I'm surprised today to hear that there are some districts, there are some constituencies that have not received power. What happened to that money? We passed loans here to make sure that every sub-county is connected. What happened? That's the question. That's the information members need to know. That's the information the Minister of Energy needs to bring to members of parliament to know where did the money go. So after getting that, they can be able to follow up with the ministry responsible. But to try to gag them, I think it's procedurally wrong. Government chief whip, let members raise their issues such that you get to know, take note, and respond. If you think they should come to your office, then please tell a member, yes, I've had your issues. Can you follow up with me in my office to address that matter? Finally, Madam Speaker, the matter, additional matter I want to raise, Madam Speaker, which I want the Prime Minister to respond to. Madam Speaker, we made a law here to conserve and protect the road reserves. How on earth did the government allow the world power to build up the road reserve? I'm talking about the American Embassy. From Nsambia Road to Kabalagala, the people with disabilities cannot pass. The road has been narrowed because American Embassy has built a wall, a Berlin Wall, up to the road reserve. The road has been narrowed, a lot of traffic jam. Can the Prime Minister tell us why they have allowed the American Embassy to violate the laws of this country, to build the perimeter wall up to the road reserve, thus affecting the movement of the pedestrians and people with disability? We need to know. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Further clarification.
Government. Government.
Further clarification.
Is it on the same issue?
It's on the same issue.
Yeah, I'm
On the same
following up
issue.
from the
Yes, Mark
further
Cecilia.
clarification. Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker. I just want to add on to what Honorable Elijah said. It is very important that we understand two ways of raising matters of importance. We can specifically write to a minister or to a minister or to a sector through in writing question for oral answer. That one is there. And maybe some new members are not yet conversant with that. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would wish that Chief Whip could probably try to sensitize us to know what aspect of the problems we can ask through questions for oral answer. But we cannot stop members. I just plead with you with a lot of humility. There are some issues which are so burning that you cannot wait until a member waits for a minister to be brought to come to the floor of parliament to respond to. Those issues, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg you with a lot of humility, allow members to raise burning issues. Only that we need to know how burning is it? What is the magnitude? It must be a matter of emergency nature or a matter that threatens security, like brutality at the is it the fish? Yes, exactly, by the lakeside. Those are urgent. If people have died, we cannot keep quiet, Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure.
So we just want to be guided, but not to be gagged. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure.
Thank you.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
procedure. Thank you. I'm Mary.
Bemugisa?
Yes, I am Megumisa.
Yes, Pastor.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me way. With due respect to Government Chief Whip, we kindly ask that we are allowed to air out our views. Like I'm a woman member of Parliament, Sembabule District. We have our political problems, which you know very well, Government Chief Whip. You have been in our meetings. We shall not stop to talk about the health problems in our district. We need the hospital. We are working it out, our roads and everything. The best tool of a member of Parliament is his or her mouth. We shall continually talk for our people, especially for the issues that affect them. That's why we are here. I thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me to
Yes,
clarify.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Thank
Madam
you,
Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, before you.
I just want to clarify, members. What I was giving was advice. It wasn't a directive. I was on advising you. I have been here for 5 years. I'm a backbencher.
Order, right, Honorable Speaker.
I work into the ministries and linking up with the ministers. But if you prefer to come on the floor, it's your right, and no one will stop you. But I just give
Order, right,
to
Honorable
ministers.
Speaker.
But I support you if you want to bring your issue on the floor.
There is an answered question about the road reserve.
Madam Speaker.
Point of order,
Yes,
right,
a
Honorable
response.
Speaker.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to congratulate you upon your becoming the number 5 of this country. And I also want to congratulate honorable members for making it to the 11th Parliament. I'm Nakadama Rokia Isanga. I'm a woman member of Parliament from Mayuge District, and I'm the 3rd Deputy Prime Minister and Minister without portfolio. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of the road that Honorable Okupa has raised is it is very pertinent, and I know it is not right for people to construct in road reserves. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to consult, we make a follow-up, then we shall come back here and answer why it has been done so. I thank you.
Right, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker.
We need an action on that issue of the road. Before Honorable Samo gets up, she will tell you the people with a disability are really suffering within that area. Cars cannot even bypass each other. And I mean, a law is a law. Nobody is above the law. Honorable Kauma. Kauma.
Madam Speaker, I thought you were very
What is
good.
eating you?
There's something very important, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, just hold on.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, there is something very important.
Yeah.
When the Chief Whip was advising honorable members to go and contact various ministers in their offices, Madam Speaker, I have that experience.
That has passed.
Yes,
Honorable
that's,
Lanya.
that's why I wanted to raise, Madam Speaker, so that it guides honorable members in the future. Madam Speaker, many of these ministers, they cannot make their personal decision if you go to them. Madam Speaker, we have ever gone to the Ministry of Health. Wherever you tell them your problem, they normally refer you to either Prime Minister or to the President. These ministers, they are not in charge of their offices. They are just there. They cannot make decisions.
Honorable Lanya, Honorable Lanya,
that's what I want to raise, Madam
our
Speaker.
ministers are in charge. Honorable Lanya, our ministers are in charge. Don't belittle our ministers like that. Honorable Kauma. Uma, are you putting on order?
I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Kauma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Kauma Sauda Aliwa, Woman MP for Uganda District. I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for my first time to speak on the floor of Parliament and congratulate you upon your win for the deputy speakership. I also rise on the matter of national importance, but most of my colleagues have talked about it. It was about electricity, but they've talked about the connectivity. And I would like to also add something that before the minister does his report or comes to give us a full report, he should also consider the cost of electricity, because most colleagues have talked about the connectivity. But we will remember in the President's State of Nation address, he complained about the distorted cost of electricity, and he guided and directed that power should be supplied directly from the dams to the industrialists to decrease or lower the cost of electricity to our people. But we are finding that our people are alarming, especially my people from the industrial area in the northern division of Iganga municipality. You find that there are so many mills there, rice and maize mills, but the costs are too high that they can't even fit them. And we also have another issue that there are so many areas that were already surveyed and excavated for connection, but nothing has taken place. We would like the responsible minister to also help us and give us an update of how far they've gone about that. Then the other issue is about the sugarcane. Honorable Minister, as a leader who comes from Busoga, I cannot keep quiet because our people are still on our backs about the government indulgence, about what the government is thinking for them about the sugarcane. Because last time I was watching news yesterday, and the problems and the challenges that the executive director of ATIAC was complaining of, she was saying that they don't have enough canes. Yet in Busoga, we have a surplus. We don't know why the government cannot give us another factory where our people had already invested heavily in the sugarcane growing. Yet the National Development Plan 3 is geared on boosting and improving the homesteads of the different people. Our people of Busoga had already engaged in sugarcane.
What are your prayers?
My prayer is for the government to indulge and help us. What can it provide for our people so that the price went low and they're having a lot. They're even just burning it down because they have nowhere to take it. Even the ordinary people, information granted.
Is that Aga?
Information, Madam Speaker. On the issue of sugarcane, for record purposes, I am Isabi David Aga, representing the people of Jinja North. 2 years ago, His Excellency the President was in Bugembe Stadium and promised to provide for funds to build a sugarcane mill that will help the people of Busoga in as far as sugarcane surplus was concerned. Madam Speaker, I want to bring to your attention and honorable colleagues that as we talk now, people have resorted to burning sugarcane. People have resorted to plowing out sugarcane. Reason, there is no market. And yet, they use a lot of money to plant sugarcane. My prayers are, let the Minister of Trade follow up with the President in as far as the presidential pledge is concerned. I beg to move.
Government, can you make a follow-up on the issue of the sugarcane in Busoga? Next item. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper. 3.1, statement on government business for the succeeding week of 17th to 19th August 2021.
Right Honorable Speaker, now members of Parliament, statement of business by the leader of government business. Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure requires the leader of government business to make a statement in the House regarding the government business of the succeeding week. I'm therefore submitting the following business for the succeeding week, 17th to 19th August 2021. 1. Electricity Amendment Bill 2020. 2. Request to relocate funds from Rural Electrification Agency to Ministry of Energy vote. 3. Request to relocate funds from Ministry of Science and Technology to State House vote. 4. Statement on government successor project for NUSA 4. Right Honorable, I beg to submit, and I lay this on the table.
Thank you. Please lay on table. Next.
Item number 4 on the order paper, motion that thanks of Parliament be recorded for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the address on the state of the nation by His Excellency the President, Parliament, the Friday, 4th of June, 2021.
Guardian, Madam Speaker.
Members, I would like to have item 5 being discussed before item 4.
Item 5 on the order paper, motion for consideration and adoption of the report of the Parliamentary Task Force on the national COVID-19 response.
A motion was presented in this House yesterday. A very good motion. And there is a response from the government chief whip.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I really appreciate the chairperson of the task force for the good work and the report that was presented. Government has received this report, but we do feel that for us to do justice to the recommendations and the issues therein, government is given 2 weeks so that we prepare a comprehensive response where we shall have cabinet input, because from the time—
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
From the time this
Procedure.
was—
Yes, a procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, as a sportsman, when I read today's order paper, I thought that today we are going to give something to the sportsmen in this country. When I heard on the detention of Uganda police, detention by Uganda police on the return of Mr. Julius Toreko, that we are going to get a statement from the internal minister. And another one on the facilitation of the men's national basketball team, and that we are going to get a statement from the Minister of Education and Sports. These 2 items, when they are just skipped like it is today, and even yesterday it was the same issue, so it means we are doing a disservice to the sportsmen in this country who are busy making us proud in Tokyo, who are busy preparing to make us proud again tomorrow in Tokyo. And when you tell them that their matters are just pushed day by day to the next date, Madam Speaker, I think we need these 2 statements so that we have a discussion as Parliament. I beg to move.
We shall have the statement on secretary call. The issue on basketball has been handled.
Procedural matter, Right Honorable Speaker, you had actually directed the Minister of Education to come back to Parliament on Tuesday, which is 2 days ago, to inform Parliament about the emergency money that we needed in order to allow some of our sportsmen and women to participate in the current game. I think it was about $179 something thousand. And you actually instructed the minister to come back on Tuesday with a report. And we also requested that they should also come with a planned investment in sports as a matter of national interest, because the sports is really boosting tourism and boosting the image of Uganda outside there. So we believe that the minister cannot defy your instruction and just keep quiet, because we kept quiet on Tuesday. Yesterday we kept quiet. Are we going to keep quiet again today about the matter?
Honorable Cecilia, my instructions, my orders have not been defied. I had a meeting with the same said people, and that's why I'm telling you the issue of the basketball has been finalized. What we are waiting for is a report on secretary call. That's what we are waiting for. As we speak, the team should be en route to Cairo. Can you finish your statement?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. So I was saying, this being a very important report, we felt a comprehensive response needed the input of cabinet. We therefore request for 2 weeks, we come with a comprehensive statement. Thereafter, the debate can ensue. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Chairman Katonto.
I don't. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the request by the government chief whip, I know it's well intentioned, but Madam Speaker, if they want time for them to enrich the report, I think it would have been better for us to give our views, because this is for a committee, to give the issues to add, but we don't conclude it. The government chief whip takes it and comes back in 2 weeks, and we have filled, because by the time he comes back and then again we raise issues which possibly they have also missed, then we again want a response again from them. So I think procedurally right, he would have gone ahead with the debate, he captures the things. When it comes to the responses, he then asks for 2 weeks in order to come with a comprehensive report. If that pleases the government chief whip and honorable colleagues, I think we would have proceeded that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Katonto.
Well, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank all my colleagues with whom we worked on this report. As you recall, Right Honorable Speaker, you first gave us 14 days within which to finalize this assignment. Unfortunately, the 2 weeks were really not enough, so we had to seek your indulgence, and you gladly extended us and gave us another 2 weeks. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, this whole month has been a very, very busy month for all of us. Sleeping almost every day after 1 o'clock, trying to put this report together, 174-page report. We did present it the other day, and if the chief whip, if I understood him, he's saying they need some time, which is like an adjournment. He's seeking an adjournment to peruse this report and come up with a serious response. I would not have any objection to it. Why? Because we all realize the importance of government coming up seriously to address all the challenges we have identified. 2 weeks after all, next week, Right Honorable Speaker, we are in recess. But to open it up now, when they have not replied, we will be talking to ourselves. I think let them reply, then members can come and debate after reading our report and hearing from the government side. At that point, I think it would be a better and meaningful debate, other than us debating without listening to them. So because what are we going to debate without listening to what they are saying, or their opinion, especially on the facts which we have put forward? I would therefore concede.
Speaker, with all due respect to the chairperson of the task force, the Honorable Katuntu, Senior Counsel. Madam Speaker, this house is governed by laws and the rules of procedure. And I would like to be guided. And Madam Speaker, you are the custodian of the rules. Under which rules, Madam Speaker? Under which
Order
rules?
is on a procedure matter.
And I would like to know under the rule that when a report is due for debate, the proceedings, whatever, it becomes the property of the House. And the doctrine of separation of powers is unequivocally clear. This is the legislature. And the good governance would demand, even civility, that this House should not allow executive to arm twist the business of the legislature when it is due and it is proceeding. I just wanted guidance from your chair, Madam Speaker, with your due indulgence. Even under the normal best practices of the Commonwealth, this has never been actually known at all. It would be a vice unknown to all of us if it is allowed. And it would set a very bad precedent for this House if we so allow executive to arm twist the proceedings of this House and even postpone like they are doing, Madam Speaker. I just beg for your indulgence, for your intervention.
Leader of opposition. Had Honorable Katundu finished? Had you
Right,
finished?
Honorable Speaker. Let me see the ground for the chairperson to react to the procedural challenge on this matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm sure the Honorable Nambeshe knows that I'm the chairman of the Rules Committee. And when we talk about the rules of Parliament, that is my comfort zone. There is no rule under our rules of procedure which prohibits the government to reply to a report that has been made by Parliament. There is no rule at all. It's not there, it doesn't exist. My understanding of the Chief Whip's application, if I may call it so, is can we adjourn this matter until we reply to that report? Then we can open it up for debate after we have listened. Because most of the findings we have found, actually we faulted the executive. It is fair that actually we give them an opportunity to reply to us. And you see, if your facts are correct, like I know my facts are correct, they have been founded on evidence, I don't have any problem. Absolutely. So in my view, there is no rule actually which my colleague is trying to cite under our rules of procedure. It doesn't exist in our rules of procedure. What exists is that give chance to the other party to reply, then you listen to both sides and we can have a meaningful debate. If we talk to ourselves, it would be a monologue. We produce our own report, we debate it without listening to the other side. Does that make sense? I think it doesn't. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Katonto. One thing I realize is government appreciates this report, and the report is factual. And when you look at this report, the report is cross-cutting from health, security, education, all other sectors. And the other thing is that what government wants to do is to come with an appropriate action to the report from cabinet, not a single minister saying, I will do this. We have realized we have issues with a minister making a commitment in the House. This report must be taken to cabinet and they must resolve on the issues that have been raised. And that's why they are asking for the additional 2 weeks for them to get appropriate action and take action to what has been raised. I am giving you the 2 weeks. Come with a response from cabinet on all what has been raised. Lob?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for indulgence. Of course, I do appreciate the liberal and the generous interpretation of the rules by the chairperson. I can only add that if the concession is acceptable to the House, it must be conditional. Namely, that's not really intended to buy time and then we delve into an eternal lull without having to respond to these matters of urgency. And that if it's 2 weeks, there must be purposeful 2 weeks. 2, that there should not be an attempt to introduce new facts because this committee worked on particular terms of reference and they must be responding to these particular terms of reference and observations, findings, and recommendations because the committee interacted variously with the stakeholders, including ministers and technocrats. So they must limit themselves in responding to the issues they are in. If the purpose is to introduce new subjects, then the minister or government must ask for special space and time to bring new issues. So their response should not be an attempt to introduce new issues for us here to again to ask the committee to go back. Then we end up into an eternal lull. They must work within the limits of the report and respond to the observations, to the recommendations, so that Parliament is in position to debate both the response and the recommendations at the same time, so that we can weigh whether the response of government actually is in consonance and has the same weight with the recommendation of the committee, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next item.
Madam Speaker.
Next item.
Madam Speaker, I need some.
Next item.
Item number 6 on the order paper. Response by ministers to urgent questions on the looming drought in the Lango sub-region.
The motion to thank the president to be recorded, a continuation of the debate of yesterday.
Item number 4, motion that thanks of Parliament be recorded for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the address on the state of the nation by His Excellency the President to Parliament on Friday, 4th June 2021. Debate continues.
Honorable members, we started a debate on this motion yesterday, and we are continuing it today. I urge you to be brief and give an opportunity to all other members. Sekabira Dennis. Sekabira Dennis. Those are people who stood yesterday and could not speak. Katusime Annette. Katusime Annette. Whips, help me and register the people who are standing today. Order in the house. Sit down and put up your hand. They will get you where you are. Katus Shave Annette, I am giving each of you 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there are those of us who are attending on Zoom.
Two minutes, members.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker. It is my first time to speak on the floor of Parliament. Allow me to congratulate you upon your attaining the very important position as the Deputy Speaker and fellow honorable members of Parliament as well. My name is Katsime Annette Mugisha, the woman member of Parliament, Bushenyi District. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand in to support the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, the President in his address was very clear and precise on the following points. Number one, the past performance and the challenges of the economy. Number two, consistency in emphasizing national development in priority areas.
Members, can we have order?
Which includes commercial agriculture, industries, ICT, services, and infrastructure. These sectors are detailed on page 11. Right Honorable Speaker, it is these priority areas highlighted by His Excellency the President that are meant to show proper utilization of resources. No wonder the subsequent speech address was well.
Sekavira Dennis. Sekavira Dennis. Sekavira Dennis.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Sekavira Dennis, Member of Parliament, Katika North Constituency. Thank you for the 2 minutes. I want to use only 1 minute of my time and spare the other minute for another topic. Right Honorable, because I did not complete the State of the National Address. I moved out at the point when the President said he recognized that there was corruption in government and that in way of fighting corruption, he was going to recruit people from the rich families only to be employed by government. Right Honorable Speaker, it is on record that last year, when the President was fighting corruption, he moved 7 kilometers. Thereafter, he made a reshuffle in his cabinet and he dropped Hajabu Naduli and Janat Mukwaya. Then in this quest to fight corruption, he said he's only going to consider people from rich families. So I moved out I do therefore want to make a submission that it is not worth recognition. Thank you so much. I beg to move.
Medias Nakutunda. Musa Noah. Musa Noah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Musa Noah. I represent people of Koboko North in Koboko District. This is my first time to speak, and I want to thank you for the opportunity. I rise to support the motion that was moved by my colleague yesterday regarding State of Nation address. I want to say the speech of the president was very precise on issues that pertain this nation. He was very clear on areas of investment that the country needs to invest in to drive forward the economy of this country. His analysis of the markets we have at our disposal, both internal, East Africa, and Africa international, was very good. And I want to say we should thank him, especially in his effort of doing joint infrastructure investments with the DRC to expand the market in DRC. However, Right Honorable Speaker, there are areas in the president's speech that really needs for us to reconsider, especially the issue of corruption. I really wanted to see the president come very clearly with the how part of dealing with the corruption, because this is a fight which has been raging for a very long time. We needed to be convinced that it is not the usual rhetoric. I was also concerned when the president said the descendants of the resistance will be the one to push this country forward because they work for passion, not for money or salary. I want to say it is not true that it's only the descendants of the national resistance movement that work for passion, but not money. And it is not also true that all of them work for.
Honorable Cecilia Okwar. Honorable Cecilia Okwar. You talk. You talk. Talk. Honorable Cecilia Okwar.
Right Honorable Speaker, you called me to the microphone before I tried to catch your eye, and I want to thank you for that. Right Honorable Speaker, I have only 2-3 things to raise. I would like to give more time for other people to speak. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to inform members. So many members have been asking me what POW is all about. POW is a continental women organization that struggled for liberating the continent of Africa. And it is very surprising, particularly for the young women, to learn that POW came into existence before OAU. So POW led the way into coordination and collaboration of liberating Africa from the circle of colonialism. So I think it's very, very important that I get you to know about this, because many people have been asking what kind of celebration went on Friday and Saturday. Right Honorable Speaker, I've read the president's contribution statement, which he made on the 4th, and I've also read the statement he made on the 10th. Right Honorable Speaker, I can only say that the president is the fountain of order, of honor, so we cannot condemn him if anything went wrong. But we can only condemn the people who are supposed to help him do a good job. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that those who normally work on the president's speeches, so try to look at the right. So, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the two items I would like to make is that I want to bring to the attention of the president that the recent appointments that were made, particularly permanent secretaries, only 3 from the east going through north up to West Nile, only 3. If I had time, I would have mentioned the names. There is somebody called Kate Lamaro, Alfred Okidi, and Alex Okello. That's all. There is no any other person right from I think Tororo, right down up to West Nile. So I would want to find out what happened, but I think I can only blame those who advised the president, because this time he was looking for fishermen, and Langi are very good fishermen. Actually, a very good fishermen. I saw a Teso. So I think it's important that the list be reviewed, and we also know why people who have been so dedicated and known for their services, like PS Obong David and Mugoya, why they should be retired in public interest. We as parliament, and particularly people who know them, to have served so well for all these years, would want to know what crime did they commit. Were they involved in corruption? Were they involved in anything that would bring down the image of Uganda? We would want to know this. So, Right Honorable Speaker, there are many issues that I want to bring, but as I have already said, I would want the opportunity to be given to others, but I would also want the parliament to know that as a mother of this country, I was extremely excited for the president to recognize that the best fishermen in Uganda are women. So it was as if he listened to my last speech as we closed the 10th parliament, because I was condemning government to have forgotten that women also qualify to be prime minister, at least deputies, that women who are qualified to be top leadership, to occupy top leadership position. So I'm very happy today, Right Honorable Speaker, that the president, through the eyes that he has, was able to listen to the cry of the mothers like me, that today I have a vice president who is a woman. Today we have a prime minister who is a woman, the first deputy prime minister, a woman, the third deputy prime minister, a woman. That is enough to tone me down, but not to silence me. We need more. So, Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Museveni William. Museveni William.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Museveni William. I'm the MP representing Buekra South constituency in Mbele district. I want to thank the president, especially when touched on the agriculture, especially the performance of maize and the dairy products. Right Honorable Speaker, the president took agriculture as a center stage to see Uganda in mid-income status by practicing commercialized agriculture. But we, Ugandans, especially here in the central region, we have got challenges, especially in, under that sector. We have foot and mouth. We have land wrangles and evictions. We have counterfeits, especially in pesticides and acaricides. With those problems, Right Honorable Speaker, I don't think agriculture can do much. I call the line ministries. Shoot down these problems. I don't think these problems can persist for all that long. For years, we have foot and mouth here. What is the Ministry of Agriculture doing? We have counterfeits. Is it a business here in Uganda? Is the ministry concerned? Is the Ministry of Lands really doing what they are supposed to do? To shoot down land wrangles. People are on tenterhooks. How can people develop when they are being evicted? Thank you, I submit.
Opolot Simon Peter.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to join my other colleagues, particularly those who have applauded the President for the wise speech that he gave during the State of the Nation address. And particularly, I would like to acknowledge the fact that the UPDF that he spoke of has been able to usher in peace and security for this country for the last 35 years. And of course, regardless of the few instances here and there, but we have not had a conventional war on Uganda. But what we have seen is Uganda exporting peace to other countries. For example, as we speak, we have our forces bringing peace to Somalia. We have our forces ensuring that there's safety and peace in Equatorial Guinea. So what I need to request His Excellency is to put in place very strategic measures, especially regarding the protection of our strategic resources. For example, oil, because we have always seen countries where there are such resources are countries that are prone to war, are countries that are prone to economic hitmen that would want to come and scoop our resources. So I would like to implore upon His Excellency to put in place, consider putting in place a nuclear strategic defense force. Well, I'm very happy that he spoke about our space exploration, putting in place a satellite station, a space station. I would like to see where we have put a nuclear strategic defense shield within to protect.
Honorable Sanja Patrick.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My name is Sanja Patrick. I represent the people of Mtenjeru South, which is situated in Kayunga district.
Patrick, speak up.
My name is Sanja Patrick. I represent the people of Mtenjeru South, which is situated in Kayunga district. Madam Speaker, I also join others in thanking you for steering this House in the direction that is appreciated to members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, when we talk about the State of Nation address, we see the President performing his constitutional duties. And in response, the leader of opposition is also mandated to give an alternative report in the form of interventions and the way forward. I would therefore want to thank the leader of opposition for the elaborate interventions that were reported here. Madam Speaker, particularly, I will talk about the corruption in the country. In his speech, the president alluded to the fact that there is corruption in the country. And through the vice of corruption is very, very rampant because it is seen in safe forms of technocrats exaggerating figures in procurement. But he does not come out clearly to talk about the strategies of curbing corruption. Madam Speaker, I would urge this August House, when it comes to the budget of judiciary, to correctively support it. Because we have the anti-corruption court in place, we would really support the budget to be hiked such that the cases in respect of corruption should be handled amicably. The other issue, Madam Speaker, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. In his speech, the president said that the Ugandan population would go up to 8 million people in the next 4 years. That would mean 2 million people per every 2 years. But it does not give the strategy as to how the population increase shall be catered for, say, in terms of resources, say, the land for the agricultural growth and the indications how people would be really supported in health sectors, schools, because the population would have gone up. So that is very key, especially when we are handling matters of, say, national importance, because health, education, agriculture, and security are very key, especially when the population is at the rise. Madam Speaker, you will also allow me to officially notify members here that we have lost a gallant and the senior cadre, the Honorable Victoria Kakoko, who served in this parliament he represented the people of Mukono district as well as Kayonga district, and she was a 3-timer in the parliament. Her burial will be on Friday tomorrow at 2 in my constituency, that is in Tenjeru South, at Nazigo, Kayonga district. Thank you so much, Madam.
Can we observe a moment of silence for our departed comrade?
May the soul of the deceased rest in eternal peace.
Honorable Edakasi. Edakasi.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for finally giving me a chance. My name is Alfred Edakasi Lalolale, MP Kabremaido. I'd like to thank the President for his intentional insistence on making sure that infrastructure in our country is a priority for budget. And I could hear that in his speech. And I thank him in particular for the railway line, the line that we, the people of Teso, have waited for since 1987. When, because of the outbreak of the war, we've never been able to recover. This railway will solve many problems, including eliminating the middleman that has stood between the local people and the market. So I thank him for that. I was also happy that he focused on the roads there, and I thank him for that. The people of Kabremaido have hope in the water transport. For many years, since 1940, the people of Kabremaido have not had an opportunity to cross Lake Kyoga the way they used to do. And to see that that has come in the plan that government is pushing for the next 5 years through the BKK ferry brings hope to our people, and I thank him for that. I thank him for providing a special fund through UDB for investment. My advice to the minister is that UDB needs to decentralize. The people up country cannot access this fund. Decentralizing the office.
Lumu Richard.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is also my maiden speech. And I have realized that for your eye to catch people like me is very difficult. But I want to congratulate you, Honorable Speaker, for attaining such a very high office of this nation. Madam Speaker, I want to raise two issues. One is the parish model, which was proposed by the President. But Madam Speaker, if you go to my constituency, for example, and the sub-region, Muvende sub-region, and you talk about parish model, none of the people there understand it. What they understand there is a cooperative union known as Wamala Growers Cooperative Union. Madam Speaker, I would suggest that the money which is put in something which is not understood, if it is channeled to rehabilitate cooperative unions, to act as a market for produce of the people of Uganda, it would help to fight poverty. Madam Speaker, so many programs of government have been established, taken to constituencies and villages, but they have all turned out to be failures because they are not well understood. I don't know whether the parish model, a research was made and people made to understand the parish model. So I propose, Madam Speaker, that the President.
Lieutenant General James Mujira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I switch off. I thought he had called me again to speak.
The Right Honorable Speaker, members of this August House, I'm Lieutenant General James Mujira, and I'm the representative of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. I do rise to make a contribution, Right Honorable Speaker, to the debate on the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President, specifically his views on page 22 about the development of society during the first through to the second, the third, and the fourth industrial revolution. But before I proceed, Right Honorable Speaker, this being my maiden speech, permit me to add my voice in congratulating you upon your election and assumption of the high office of the Deputy Speaker, and also to pledge my constituency's total and unwavering support and cooperation during your term of office, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the President commented on the fourth industrial revolution and observed that many times we have had to swim against the current. Indeed, quoted the late Julius Mwalimu Nyerere, may his soul rest in eternal peace, that Africa needs to run while others walk. Right Honorable Speaker, society does not develop by accident. Developed societies at whatever level they are now is a result of advancement of, in the area of science and technology. Outside this parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, I have special interest because I'm the head of the defense industries in this country. And as you know, defense industries worldwide are strategic facilities, and they have always been in the lead. They are always in the lead, and other commercial industries follow. Indeed, okay, I can't comment. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that apart from the military inventions of the ballistic missiles and nuclear technology, inventions like digital technology, the internet, satellite navigation, plastic surgery, the microwave, water purification, etc. have all been inventions of the military. I can see you don't have a lot of time, but the point I wanted to put across, Right Honorable Speaker, is that when we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution, We are talking another language altogether. We are talking about artificial intelligence. We are talking about robotics. We are talking about genetic engineering. We are talking about cloud computing. So in Uganda, what are we talking about now? In Africa, what are we talking about? In the state where we are? How can we talk of the social economic development of this country when we don't talk about science and technology? To make my prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, in the concluding statement of the President on that point, he said that Uganda will not miss the bus of history again. I call upon honorable members that during this 11th Parliament, we pass necessary legislation that will help us to advance to another level as far as science and technology is concerned. I call upon honorable members, we need support, among others. One, provide all the support, including approving the budget of the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, especially the Innovation Fund. Two, support the proposal, have our great resource of scientists who are already doing a commendable job, as we witnessed during COVID, to be well remunerated. Finally, support institutions like the Uganda Industrial Research Institute and the Rural Defense Industries, which falls under my docket.
Dr. Peya Atim. Dr. Tim Apea. Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity after staying in the House here yesterday up to 7. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to add my voice on the State of the Nation address that, in my opinion, address the key critical issues of economic development. The aspect of the speech highlighted the issues of fiscal decentralization that this country has been grappling with for quite some time. As a country, we adopted the Local Government Act in 1997, and we've done very well in having constituencies, sub-counties, but we have not really done well in terms of sending money to the communities. And therefore, I would like to appreciate in that speech where the whole component of parish model, but also all the different aspects of financing that goes down up to the community level. Right Honorable Speaker, there were 4 aspects that His Excellency highlighted. Those are the critical key drivers of rural development worldwide. And in my view, I think that if we implement all these issues that His Excellency highlighted, our country will achieve its destined vision. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, there was an issue of the impact of COVID on our economy. Much as I appreciate the alternative views that our leader of opposition highlighted, I also noted that in the World Bank report of June 20th, that worldwide, all the economies are affected by COVID. Just 1 minute. Lukwago John Paul.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Lukwabo John Paul, Member of Parliament, Chotara County. By and large, the President addressed in a post-mortem way most of the issues that are affecting us as Ugandans. I'm only falling short expressing my reservation about the concerns he raised that can move the industrial sector in this country. He mentioned 3 bottlenecks, which was the cost of money, the cost of transport, and then the issue of electricity and of course labor, which were 4. However, I felt a little disappointed when it got to the issue of electricity. The president clearly mentioned that the mistakes that were made, the mistakes that were made for that is the Umeme and Bujagali projects were fundamental in raising the costs of power in Uganda, whereby he mentioned that to the extent of about 55.3%. However, the president never expressed any sort of solution, because he said all this happened, yet he was the leader of government at the time, and it was not in his knowledge. That, as a Ugandan, does not give me hope that really we can move at the pace and speed we require to achieve the industrialization we're talking about.
Professor Mushemesa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the motion. The State of the Nation address was well delivered and rich in content. And similarly, the response of the leader of opposition was good. One of the indicators of a growing democracy is having an organized opposition with alternative policies and responses. Thank you very much. On the economic side, the president came up with interventions that are going to stimulate demand, and I give him a plus. On security, he's committed to having a professional army and security agencies. We need stability if we are to move forward. On the foreign policy, his vision on regional integration and having regional markets is very important. But if we are to make a breakthrough, we need to break through a global market. Finally, I'm impressed by his determination to fight corruption. I hope this time we shall join hands together, all the stakeholders, and fight corruption. Because one of the crises that is facing Africa is corruption. If we can reduce corruption by 10%, we shall have substantive resources to move our economies. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me time.
Honorable Katesh. Jennifer Mohesi, also be near the microphone.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Madam Speaker. I rise to support the motion and commend the President for a well-elaborate speech that he gave. I would like also to appreciate the efforts of government that has seen an increase in the number of industries in Uganda that now stand over 500 and are employing a lot of our people. It's a good job done by government, and we believe that this has been as a result of good governance as well as good policies. Madam Speaker and colleagues, while we are proud of this achievement, I would like to indicate that very many years back, Uganda used to be a net importer of most of the products that we are producing here now. And as a result of these industries that have grown, we have cut down on the imports we used to import from our neighbors. Often this has led to trade wars and discomfort in our region. Madam Speaker, a case example is our milk exports to our neighbors that have been denied market over the last 1 year. And this has affected our farmers and has affected our revenue. And we have seen our exports in the region decline. Madam Speaker, I would like to request government that we need to have strong negotiators that will be able to stand with the East African Community Treaty and
discuss with our neighbors so that we have free trade in the region, so that as we go into production, we produce with the market. I beg submit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Moores. Jennifer.
Right Honorable Speaker and my fellow colleagues, I'm Jennifer Muhesi, Member of Parliament, Kazo, woman MP. This one being my maiden speech, I would like to congratulate you, Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, sorry, for the victory you achieved. And I congratulate all of you. I know what I went through is the same as you went through. I'm here to support the motion that the president's national address was very good and needs to be recognized and be supported. One, I base on two things. One is the security of this country. It has all been his effort to make sure that we have the security that we even export to other countries. Two is the East African integration that also has been all his effort. And we believe that we join hands with him. If we join hands with him, we'll have a very good market as East Africa, and all that we are producing will have a market as it has been a challenge. Maybe the third one, it's on my fellow opposition. If it was not him, to have an organized opposition group that will always oppose, whether it is good or bad, but still continues with them and continue doing the right, what we call the right thing. It's all about his effort.
Honorable Gwal Goli. Gwal Goli. Honorable Masila, you want to talk?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. This is my maiden speech, so allow me to thank the people of Dokolo North for voting me and to enable me be able to also congratulate you and also other members for successfully attaining the positions we have. I have come here to support the motion and thank His Excellency the President and also the speech made by the leader of opposition. In the paper of the President, I particularly love when his presentation is based on figures particularly related with growth, elaborating the growth of the economy from 1.3 billion US dollars in 1986 to 40 billion US dollars. I also appreciate and recognize the challenges which he mentioned from locusts to floating islands, but a major one is the corona one. Madam Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the corona suppressed the demand and it also suppressed production. That was key in suppressing the growth of 3%. So it is, I do not understand why we can say that we cannot talk about corona as a challenge which has affected our development. Honorable Speaker, I was also very happy with the paper, particularly on the socio-economic development, where the president Thank you very much. I was particularly happy with the socio-economic development issues, particularly the development at homesteads, which the president is targeting. Madam, allow me elaborate one product, which is coffee. Coffee, which he said has grown to 7 million bags, has a special advantage which we should be watching. The coffee frost in Brazil gives us opportunity for increase in the price of coffee. So let's work and follow up that area. The other areas which are key, particularly in agriculture, let us follow areas where we see agriculture supports agriculture, particularly agriculture being a market. For example, maize and soya beans, cassava in the lower area, and maize stalks, sugarcane, which we are talking about, could be worked out to support the development of the livestock into the chain to bring that household income issue. We also have an advantage of the oil sector, which has come in. We have signed in the feed. We are expected to have over 15,000 sophisticated consumers. Under Bubu, we'll have about 65, for example, eggs. 65,000 cartons will be consumed per day. Are we prepared for that? And it goes on up to meat. Meat. Let's work hard to ensure that that works for us. We also have under the Bubu the construction related issues. Our investments run, our budget runs with expenditures running under procurement where you have construction 25%, but if
Aisha Kavanda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for catching my eye. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I'm happy catching your eye. My name is Aisha Kavanda Narule. I come from Butambala district. I join colleagues to thank the President for fulfilling his constitutional obligation of speaking to the country every financial year. I thank my leader of opposition for a very wonderful alternative statement. After listening to the President, knowing that State of Nation address is a political balance sheet, I took it upon myself to look at other addresses of the preceding years. I found that in 2018, after the death of AIGP Kawesi, the President told the country that police had been infiltrated by some criminal elements. And thereafter, 2019, 2020, and 2021, the President has not updated the country onto how far he has gone into clearing police of the infiltration. So at this time, as of now, we don't know when we meet police whether we are talking to Kaukumi or we have the right people, because we have not received an update to that effect. And that time, the President told us that they had arrested 90 people awaiting trial. This time, the President decried of frustration from judiciary that they arrest many people and the judiciary just releases them. I don't know whether that has informed the recent practice where we see extrajudicial killings of suspects. Madam Speaker, that kind of prompted me to think of profiling the people the President talked about, the 90 people that had been arrested. How many of them that were released by judiciary, as the President said? I'll beg for a minute to conclude.
Margaret.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll beg for a minute to conclude. I beg to give oral notice that in future, I'll bring a motion to profile the 90 persons that were arrested at that time to see whether they are alive or have been killed, have been released, or they are at large actually terrorizing our people. I beg to submit. Thank you, Speaker, for your time.
Margaret.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me to express my views on the state of the nation as per the speech of the president. My name is Makoha Margaret. I'm the woman member of parliament for Namaingo district. Madam Speaker, I took the initiative and time to go through the speech of the national address, and I surely observed that our president had a clear vision for this country. More so where he observed and said that our cardinal role and historical task was to cause the socio-economic transformation of our societies. I also agree with him that it is time that we should change our societies, but still he observed that even though the country is running well, we still have a big problem with the corruption. And that perturbed me. It left me wonder, because he observed that this corruption has gone all the way from the Ministry of Finance, penetrated the ministries. It is even here at Parliament, up to IGG's office. And when you observe on ground, you find that even the civil servants, the local governments, corruption has penetrated this country. And now if we want to achieve the socio-economic transformation of this country, how can we do it when we still have corruption everywhere in this country? I assume and I know that the president is the appointing authority of all these officials who are making us lament year in, year out.
Robin Rokojo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join my colleagues in supporting the State of the Nation address that was delivered on 4th June 2021 by His Excellency the President. I applaud him for its content, for it was very relevant to what is happening in this country. I recognize him as a God-fearing person. I know he talked about the Passover feast, and indeed I know that in Romans 13:1, leaders are anointed by God. I'm thankful that what he refers to as temporary phenomena, being the rising water levels in the lakes, the landslides, and corona, have been dealt with, although we're still dealing with corona. I'm also thankful for the fact of food security, especially during this period of corona, in particular in the rural areas. It's important that we join the money economy, and this calls for continued sensitization and provision of equipment, pesticides, acaricides, and vaccines to the population. He noted our maize can be absorbed, but requires careful handling. It requires increased efforts by extension workers and also by the DVOs in our districts. Commercial agriculture is an area he encouraged using the parish model, and that I would support too. I thank him for the wholesome consideration of factors that facilitate agriculture, like the road network, markets, availability of funding for farming, and electricity. And I do support the parish model. I encourage production, storage, processing, and marketing, and these should be emphasized. I would also like to thank him for consideration of the youth, and to pray particularly that attention be given to the girl child and she be protected from abuse. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Akelo Christine.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Akelo Christine, a member of Parliament from Erute North. I rise to second the President's speech concerning the State of Nations address on the issue of security. Security is a fundamental, it is a key. That is, with security, it is our role. Each one, it is your role to make sure that you keep security. And with security, that's where our economy and social and political life can grow. I quote what the president said: the challenge is the police. That time they used
the mobile phones, they're supposed to use the radios. I want to say this, I've been moving around, but I still see the policemen on WhatsApp and playing around with the phones when they're on duty. So I'm urging the security people, maybe if they're going on duty, they should be told to leave the phones behind at the counter, the way we members of parliament leave our phone when we are on duty. So I thank you so much. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Carla Kevin, Honorable Carla Kevin.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to stand here to say my maiden speech. Members, my name's Carla Kevin Ojinga. I am the woman MP for Palisa District. I am standing here to support the motion that was moved yesterday about the fulfilling of the president's speech on 4th of June 2021. Madam Speaker, I rise here to thank the President for fulfilling his pledge on building for us the long-awaited road, and that is none other than Tirinyi to Palisa and Palisa to Kumi, Palisa to Kamonkoli. I must testify that that road is one of the best roads in the eastern region as we speak right now. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the President on his speech. He spoke about the issue that is affecting us right now, the issue of corruption. He spoke about it. He said that we should focus on fighting corruption, commercialization of agriculture to raise the household incomes, among others. And he has been insisting on the word that he says that we should avoid cholera echida chonka asoma anwakwek. I'm speaking in my language. So
Honorable Wakojo Ipegi, Elder. Then Tevandeke on this side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to address this August House. My name is Peggy Joy Wako, National Female Member of Parliament, representing old persons. Right Honorable Speaker, today I'm making my maiden speech. I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Right Honorable Speaker, upon your election to that high office of Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. Please allow me, Honorable Speaker, to thank and congratulate the Fountain of Honor, His Excellency, the President of Uganda, for the State of the Nation address, where he addressed the country on a number of very important issues affecting our motherland. Most importantly, I would like to thank the President for handling the COVID pandemic so well compared to other countries in the world. Right Honorable Speaker, when the first bunch of vaccines arrived, the President directed that old persons should be given a priority, a decision I thank him for. Madam Speaker, with all these efforts made by His Excellency the President, I would also like to request that if these vaccines can be made further accessible by the old persons deep in the villages through a door-to-door vaccination campaign, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kumu. Tebandeke. Then Okumu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I'm Charles Tebandeke, MP Bale County, Kayunga District, Bugerere. I appreciate the opportunity granted to comment on the state of the national address by the President. It was okay, but not good. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to dwell my strengths on the agriculture sector, which is the backbone of Uganda's economy. Allow me bring it to your awareness that agriculture employs 72% of the working class in Uganda. However, 68% dwells on subsistence, only 4% is commercial. I wonder how shall the only 4% suit the agriculture sector and transform into commercialization. 36.6% of the GDP of Uganda, we have 23 that is an account of agriculture, but there are no incentive measures being put to sensitive sectors like fishing. The only reward was the 80% tax levy on fish meal without any incentive to that. Madam Speaker, a number of measures that have been put forward to improve on agriculture, like NADS, Operation Wealth Creation, to improve 68% of the households, youth livelihood, and women empowerment, has ended in vain, but has been budgeted for a lot of money, like 265 billions, and the Myoga, which was budgeted for 260 billions, that has not yielded any results on ground.
Honorable Okumu Gabriel. Okumu Gabriel.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you upon attaining that high office. I would like also to congratulate fellow members for having come this far. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to support the motion on the following grounds. First of all, I would like to congratulate His Excellency, the President, upon having vision for this country. And secondly, and most importantly, without diluting the matter, I applaud him for having thought for the poor man in the village in these coming 5 years. The President's speech was very clear about poverty alleviation for our people. And secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like also to applaud the President for having opened the roads in the Democratic Republic of Congo. However, I would like to add my voice that our people in West Nile are also grappling with poor roads. So I would like to call for his attention to pay attention also for our local roads in the rural areas of the West Nile region. I think, thank you very much, and I would like to register my submission. Thank you very much.
Arenait Rauben, Nakato Annette.
Right Honorable Speaker, my names are Arinit Rauben, MP Isingiro West. I first start with congratulating you for your sounding victory. Also congratulating my fellow MPs for this.
I'm here. You've managed to.
Please speak
get to the
up.
house.
I support.
Yes, the house is here.
I have come here to support the
I'm even raising
president,
my
the
hand, they're
speech
not
of the
picking it.
president.
Because if you see
It
them.
was very good with a vision. If on the speech, especially how he controlled the floods and the landslides in Lake Victoria. However, we should also look for the root causes of these disasters. The root causes mostly is land degradation, especially the wetlands and degradation of forest reserves. So, and again, for scientists to be paid good salaries. This will encourage all the scientists to be more innovative and make this country shine again. Then we come on agriculture. On agriculture, actually, I support him because with this parish model, we are going, now he's taking services near to the people and the production has increased, especially in my district. Matoke, we are now producing in excess and we are feeding ourselves. Then for corruption, this one we need to fight all of us. It doesn't have borders, whether you are on opposition, you are in the movement, which color, we should all join the president and fight the corruption. I thank you, Madam.
Honorable Nakato Anet, Okot, Akik, Lawrence Akik.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Mary Annette Nakato, woman MP representing Uganda district. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to put this at your table. I'm supplementing or complementing on the presidential State of Nation address. Beyond the district, the best economic activities done, we do fishing, we are pastoralists, and as well as farmers. I wanted to supplement on the side of fishing. Right Honorable Speaker, in Uganda district, at the lake shores of Bukung, we have an ice plant that was commissioned, but it was incomplete. I wanted to put this at your desk because so many people are suffering, and up to date, the fisher folks are still looking for ice outside Uganda district. And yet, when His Excellency was talking about economic transformation, I believe fishing being under agriculture, that we look at that. And then two, under still fishing, we have illegal roadblocks that are being planted. And I also want and beg the one in charge of wealthy creation to take up this. It is also a problem and hindering the transformation economically for the people of Uganda district. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Okot. You. Okay, both of you will speak.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. This being my
Thank you.
Okay, all the Okots will speak.
Thank you, Madam
Right,
Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Boniface finish. Okot Amos will talk. Then Okot Peter will talk.
Most obliged.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. This being my maiden speech, I would like to congratulate you for your ascension to that position. My name is Boniface Okot, the youth representative for Northern Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to commend His Excellency the President for his correct political, economic, and social line in dealing with the socio-economic struggles of our people, as detailed in the State of the Nation address. This is the right compass direction, despite the strong tides
Right Honorable Speaker, noteworthy is the fact that His Excellency the President correctly diagnosed contemporary bottlenecks to our socioeconomic progress at a critical time when we are faced with a pandemic. The President's prescription of our people engaging in the 4 core areas, especially our young people, will enable us deal with the unemployment question fundamentally. That is provided if this guidance is correctly implemented, devoid of corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, by the U-boat statistics, we are all cognizant of the fact that the young people of Uganda are numerically superior in comparison.
Okot Peter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think the name Okot has been very popular now in the 11th Parliament. My name is Okot Peter, representing Tochi constituency in Omoro district. Right Honorable Speaker, I join colleagues in congratulating the President upon making the State of the Nation address to the country. Right Honorable Speaker, the President in his speech on the State of the Nation ably stated the problem of Uganda. But Right Honorable Speaker, the President fell short in prescribing solution to those problems. Where he did, he gave underdose to the solution. Right Honorable Speaker, all the sectors that the President mentioned as a spur to economic growth, if not matched with corresponding budget, then those will only be lists of to-do things without transforming into economic growth. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that what the President came up with all is geared to see that Uganda attain middle income status. But in attaining middle income status, Right Honorable Speaker, no one must be left behind. And for no one to be left behind, Right Honorable Speaker, we know very well that it is the agricultural sector that employs.
Okot.
Just a moment, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okot, can you
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
give your friend? There are so many people who are left.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. I can see him coming.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, all the members of Parliament. I rise to support the motion in thanking the President having fulfilled his constitutional mandate. Also, I want to thank the Leader of Opposition for all the alternative views that he has stated in this August House. Madam Speaker, indeed, the President noted it very clearly that the year 2020 that was full of challenges. But we thank him that most of those challenges were dealt with to the extent that many of it we overcame them. However, battle of that nature, sometimes it is continuous. For example, the President mentioned in this State of Nation address, page number 3, that locusts invaded Uganda. And indeed, it was dealt with. However, currently as we talk, you know, locusts, those are living organisms, living things that they reproduced. As I talk now, in Agago, locusts has invaded Agago North County in the sub-county of Lerakato, Lapano, part of Mia Pachua, and even partly at the Lang sub-county, especially in the villages of Obugulu, where many farmers have lost their crops. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity as well to request you to help so that we come to the rescue of these people, because that is the state where they are in a state of problems. They have lost seeds. This is the second raining season that needs some seeds. Even the crops that...
Honorable Government Chief Whip, there is an issue of locusts today, not something of the past. So make a follow-up with the honorable member
Order,
who is
Madam Speaker.
on the microphone. Honorable Kiki Masila.
Order, Madam Speaker.
I was almost concluding.
Honorable Kiki Florence, Honorable Masila.
1 minute.
Order, Madam Speaker.
You're ordering. Whom are you ordering?
It
George?
is me. No, it is the order of the House, Madam Speaker, Rule 83. C says while members or a member is speaking, all other members shall be silent. But on your left and behind, we have a lot of chaos. We don't know whether you are presiding over two
Members,
parliaments here.
this is the house, as I've always reminded you. Honorable Masila, thank you for being a watchman.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and congratulations on that big office. I am Dr. Simo Florence Akiki, a woman MP, Masin District. I rise to speak to the motion of thanking His Excellency the President on his the address to the state of Uganda on 4th June 2021, where he highlighted a number of salient issues. One was his focus on science, technology, and innovation. A nation without science, technology, and innovation is a lost and backward nation. And therefore, His Excellency, main focus on science is a clear indication that he wants Uganda to move to another level. Science will create jobs for our youth, will create think tanks, and will also be able.
Donald Katarekawe.
Madam, my 2 minutes were not over.
Is it a maiden speech, Florence?
No, it is not. So number 2, Madam Speaker, on the household income, we should support the president on the parish model, and especially when we pilot a few parishes and see how they work before we roll out the whole program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Donald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise to support the motion of thanking the President of the Republic of Uganda.
Is that Donald?
Yes, I'm here, Right Honorable Speaker. It was a perfect presentation and I really stand to support that. When you read through the speech and when you listen to him, he was entirely focusing on the rural people that we represent in Parliament. The President's focus on creating wealth for the people, supporting our people come from the rural economy to a middle income status was a very big catching eye indicator that the President is really focusing on his people, and I really highly support that, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the President focused on the issue of the 1 acre model of bringing people out of poverty. This is a very good indicator that somebody with 1 acre of land, especially in the rural areas, can get out of poverty by taking up innovations in agriculture that can make him use that 1 acre of land to develop. But however, Right Honorable Speaker, as you notice, most of our people, I think it was raised by one of my colleagues from Uganda, in our rural areas have challenges of land conflicts, people are being evicted. So for this 1 acre model to take up the route that the President wants, we really need to emphasize peace building in our communities, resolve the land conflicts in our communities so that people can practice the 1 acre practice of agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, the President emphasized the role of the MPs in getting people out of poverty by assisting people solve their problems. That means we really need to focus as MPs on problems of our people like roads, health, education, and other sectors.
so that we assist our people to come out of poverty. Right Honorable Speaker, I will have many other issues I raise in my
Nabukera Hanifa. Nabukera Hanifa. Kirumira Hassan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Since it is my first time to speak, I want to join the rest of the members to congratulate you
Government
upon
Chief
the...
Whip, don't make your own caucus. We are in the house.
I want to congratulate you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, upon your victory of Deputy Speakership, and also want to congratulate honorable members upon making it to the 11th Parliament. Reference made, my point is on about increment of salaries of scientists. In my view, yes, I appreciate the president's increment, but also we should also put in consideration of other categories, because other categories of people also are part of the government, and I will appreciate to give an opinion to increase salaries of public servants for effectiveness. And I beg to submit. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Kirumira Hassan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Chiromira Hassan, the Member of Parliament for Katikam South Constituency. With due respect, the address made by the President about the state of the nation, my focus, or the focus of my debate, is on the education sector. Fundamental to the growth as a nation, informed by Vision 2020 and NDP3, among others, is the notion of education. The rationale of these programs is to address the socio-economic imbalances or issues of our country through educating our people. What is problematic at the moment is how we are handling the education sector, Madam Speaker, especially after the outbreak of COVID-19, or even before. The state of our schools and children of school-going age is appalling. Cases of child pregnancies and dropouts is bad news for our country. The state of our teachers, especially private schools, is heartbreaking. And this is based on the fact that as a nation, we promised educational materials to our rural children, including TV, radios at each and every village or household, but unfortunately, this never happened. And of course, the 20 billion that was promised to our teachers in private schools, that was never delivered anyway. To that end, Madam Speaker, I would like to associate myself with the response of the state to the State of the Nation address by our Right Honorable Leader of Opposition. We need to critically review the Education Act,
Atukwa Sarita. Atukwa Sarita.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Atkwasa Rita Wahika, the woman MP in Barra City. I would like to congratulate you, Right Honorable Speaker, upon your victory and my colleagues. I rise to support the motion and to applaud the President for his exhibited brilliance always, and most especially in ensuring that the country is secure. The cameras that are installed in the cities and major towns in Uganda are a great tool to be able to facilitate to lock up the hardcore criminals. But Right Honorable Speaker, you are aware that as we speak now, the insecurity that ravages women and girls is not on the streets. Right now, as we speak,
the numbers of children and young girls who have been impregnated, the violence against women has gone very high. It remains to be addressed to the appropriate levels so that the emancipation in Uganda, the women can fully enjoy it. At an appropriate time, Right Honorable Speaker, I hope we shall have the Minister of Gender and the Minister of Education to particularly highlight what will the future of the young girls that have become mothers without their consent be handled. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the two methodologies of the program-based budgeting and the parish model do speak to themselves very well. I think and see it as a good mechanism to be able to increase the involvement of women and youth in Uganda in development processes. And I do applaud the President for appointing more women in leadership. That completes the cycle. That whereas we go to school, whereas
Honorable Zawede, Victorious, Honorable Jara Mapinduzi. Zawede, then Honorable Mapinduzi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Zawede Victoria, woman member of Parliament, Nakasongola District, and this is my maiden speech. I stand to appreciate His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, for acknowledging the existence of the disaster in Uganda. It is true, Uganda is really hit by the floods, the landslides, famine, and even this pandemic of the coronavirus. But for your information, Right Honorable Speaker, Nakasongola District is almost surrounded by Lake Choga, whereby it is almost 2.5 years when we are affected by the floods. These floods have really affected us in that our government institutions like the primary schools have been taken by the water. One of the health centers, that is Rampanga Health Center 3, the maternity ward was swept, the placenta pit was taken, and even also the health workers unit was also taken. They are congested within a small room, whereby the antenatal, the vaccines are also taken in that room, as the admissions are also done in the same room. It's my humble request, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Relief, Disaster Preparedness and the Refugees should come to Nakasongola and intervene. I would also want to appreciate His Excellency for acknowledging the rate of corruption in Uganda. It is true, corruption has led our country backwardness in terms of economy. We are fighting to uplift our economy, but again, we have the biggest disease within the house. It's my humble request that we have the laws which can limit the rate of corruption. Let's come up as legislature.
Honorable Martin.
Right Honorable Speaker, I join the rest of the honorable colleagues in thanking His Excellency the President of Uganda for trying his best in steering the country. His Excellency did a commendable job in communicating the aspirations and the direction the country has to take. However, Right Honorable Speaker, there are signs that are worrying in as far as the fight to eradicate poverty is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, there are statistics that are coming up, and the recent one came from UBOS, showing the level of poverty in this country. And it is sad to note that there are areas in this country that are doing extremely terribly. And just to quote recently, the statistics are produced by UBOS indicate that a place like Acholi sub-region is actually performing even worse than what it used to be. That includes Karamoja and other parts. It is therefore important, Right Honorable Speaker, that deliberate efforts need to be taken. And I want to particularly point that there are programs that were specifically designed to support some of these areas. For example, the Northern Uganda Social Action Fund 3 that did a commendable job. Unfortunately, it ended, and we are told there are efforts being made to have a successor program. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's important that government needs to make deliberate effort to expeditiously handle some of these special programs that would help to support those areas that are not doing well. Thank you very much.
Honorable Wilson Kajwenge. Then Boka DJ. Boka.
My name is Wilson Kajwenge. I represent Nyabsho's constituency. I rise to support the motion applauding the President for an excellent State of the Nation address. Specifically, when the President raises the issue of African integration and calls for a wider market for agricultural products, because this will positively affect my people of Nyabshozi, because then their products will be sold. Madam Speaker, all right-thinking Ugandans should support integration of Africa, and especially East Africa. In fact, the gates of hell are wide open and inviting to anybody not enthusiastic about integration of Africa. I support the President when he espouses and consolidates the center of gravity for the protection, defense, and survival of the African continent. I support him on that and on many other things. The President told us clearly in the State of the Nation address that 61% of Ugandan population has been lifted to the money economy. It is now incumbent upon us, honorable members of parliament, to legislate positively to uplift the remaining 39% to the money economy. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Boka, Honorable Ochai.
Yeah, the Right Honorable Speaker, I am Dr. Boka Didi George, Member of Parliament, Obongi constituency. I rise to add my voice to the rest of my colleagues to thank His Excellency the President for the State of Nation address. What has caught my eyes are three key messages. The first thing that caught my eyes is the strategic direction that His Excellency has provided in this country. In one, strategic security. Two, the four sectors: agricultural modernization, industry, services, infrastructure, and IT, which we appreciate him for. My concern is walking the talks, the execution of the beautiful programs, projects, and services backed by sufficient resources that as Parliament we need to support the government in. And as the executive, we need to see to it that we put the people of Uganda at heart and we execute the beautiful issues that were articulated in our social contract with Ugandans. Last but not least is the emphasis on security and safety as well as humanitarian response. The President has been categorically clear and has provided that stewardship in the response to COVID-19, the locust invasion, the floods, amongst other things. What as Ugandans we need to do is in strengthening our national and subnational disaster preparedness and response efforts. I submit. Thank you.
Ochai, Mutebi, Mkunda, Patience.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise in support of the motion on the floor on two grounds. One, the coherence of the policy package well articulated in the State of the Nation address. And two, the tool that is database that has been handed over to us through the same State of the Nation address. Before I make my submission, this being my first time to stand on the floor and speak, may I take this opportunity to make my maiden statement. Madam Speaker, I am Ochai Maximus, MP of West Budama County North, in Toro District, in Bukedis sub-region. A sub-region which is both rich, a sub-region which is also poor. To the extent that the sub-region is endowed with natural resources, to the extent that the sub-region is located at the border between Kenya and Uganda, to the extent that it has a population that is largely youthful, to the extent that is well networked with the roads, railway, and airfield, it's a rich sub-region. To the extent, however, that 1/3 of the population of the sub-region is living below the poverty line, it is poor. The people of West Budama County North and Bukedi sub-region at large have been craving for an affirmative action that will see the other 1/3 of the population being lifted out of poverty to living above the poverty line. And that, in my view, will ensure that the road network joining the sub-region from Busia to Bukedea. May I have 1 more minute? And to my mind, the affirmative action that we are advocating for here is to see an upgrade of the intra-sub-regional road network connecting Busia to Bukedea. We should see elevation of Toro District Hospital to a regional hospital. Should see an upgrade of Toro municipality to a city. Should see an upgrade of the industrial areas in Toro and Busia to industrial park. With that, I beg that this parliament should put into consideration the plea of my people in West Budama North and the Bukedi sub-county at large. Now back to the motion on the floor. Madam Speaker, I indicated that I stood here to support the motion on 2 grounds. With respect to the coherence of the policy package that the President articulated in the State of the Nation address, I see when unpacked that the policy on security provides us with an opportunity to have peace and stability. The policy on the growth of the economy will provide us with the opportunity for macroeconomic stability. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm Tevin Noah, Wanzala, the Member of Parliament for Nakasongola County. I stand to support the motion for the President giving his State of the Nation's address and fulfilling his constitutional mandate. Madam Speaker, I stand to thank the President for mentioning the infrastructure development in terms of roads network in the rural villages. Madam Speaker, a number of roads were mentioned which are going to be tarmacked, and among the many, we had that one of Kabimbiri, Zirobwe, Bamunanika, up to Overlands. But Madam Speaker, in 2017, when we had the Heroes Day in Zirobwe, the President pledged to construct or to make sure that the road from Zirobwe to Chichusa, Bamugolode, up to Nakasongola town be tarmacked. But when you look at the budget and the national work plan, of course, that road has not been mentioned. Madam Speaker, another issue is about the selection of contractors. Madam Speaker, there are contractors who have been given contracts, and of course, they are doing shoulder work. Madam Speaker, I want to mention to this parliament that there is a bridge being constructed to connect Nakasongola district to Kayonga district. This contract was given to Omega Construction Company in the year 2018, and it was supposed to last for only 18 months. And the contract sum was 15 billion. Madam Speaker, this contractor is a contractor who had abandoned a contract of just 200 million, and I wondered how he was given a contract of 15 billion. Madam Speaker, this contractor, the 18 months elapsed. He asked for an extension of 6 months, also elapsed. He went ahead to ask for another 6 months which have also elapsed. Speaker, 1 minute. Madam Speaker, the bridge is nowhere
Muzale.
to be seen. My humble prayer,
Muzale.
Madam Speaker, is the Committee of Infrastructure to visit the site and see how this person is spoiling our government. I beg to submit.
Muzale Martin. Kirabo Agnes.
No, Patience. Yeah.
Nkunda Patience, then Kirabo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my maiden speech. My name is Chinsha Patience Nkunda, Kanungu Woman MP. I want to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, and all honorable of 11th Parliament. I stand here to support the motion of thanking the President on the nation address speech. He talked about agriculture, tourism, and security. In Kanungu, we depend on all those things, being a border district. We have 2 national parks, Queen Elizabeth National Park and Green Impenetrable National Park. I thank him for promoting tourism, but I commend him to help us because of agriculture, farmers. We have a problem of these animals eating farmers' gardens. If we can get electric fence so that those people who are bordering the national parks, they can be fenced to secure their gardens or plantations. On the issue of security, I want to thank the President of Uganda who makes sure that everyone is secure. When we are going to bed, we don't turn around to see who is going to hurt us. But on the issue of putting a chip on everyone's car, I don't know whether it's a good idea because it might breach the citizens' privacy and it might cause more harm to us than it will prevent most of the insecurities they see. And on top of that, I recommend the President of Uganda to award these contracts, all those ones who are giving out contracts like ICT, because we have so many people who know ICT, so that the Ugandan people can take those tenders instead of giving these to fake Russians who are bankrupt. I beg to submit.
Martin, Agnes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, Mugabi Mozare Mati, MP, Buzaya County, that's Kamiri District. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on the motion to thank the President for the State of Nation address. Right Honorable Speaker, the President has been very clear on the issue of job creation in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, there are a few things that we are not doing well as a country. Right Honorable Speaker, our contractors, suppliers are not being paid. And that is killing the industry that is employing many of our youths. Right Honorable Speaker, what is also funny is that UDB is actually calling the very people to lend them at a subsidized rate. Yet their money is being held in the different government entities. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of local content has also not been emphasized. Right Honorable Speaker, this industry of contracting has really helped our youths, but government has failed to emphasize the issue of local content. Many of our contracts are being taken over by foreigners, and they come with their own people. I request that those in government positions take this seriously. Right Honorable Speaker, in a way of creating jobs, we need to do research and investment. And in that way, we shall do industrialization.
Honorable Nyangwesha Dennis. Yes. After Agnes Nyangwesha.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I rise on the matter of procedure regarding the attendance of ministers in this important session. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look around, we have a cabinet of over 70. We are discussing, Right Honorable Speaker, we are discussing a state of the nation address. Honorable members are raising critical issues that touch various sectors of our country. And the ministers who are supposed to be around to take notes are not there. Right Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding right for a cabinet of over 70 people to be discussing a state of the nation address and only 15, about 15 are around? Are we proceeding well, Right Honorable Speaker?
Honorable Basalirwa Asuman, we started this debate yesterday. The only fortunate bit with you is that you can walk and take tea and come back. Unlike me, who is permanent and pensionable here.
No.
The ministers have also gone to take tea the way you are going to take. So we are proceeding well. We've had almost 180 people now debate. Honorable Basalirwa, I thank you for your concern.
Right Honorable Speaker, on my side, we
All
were concerned.
the information that regard each sector is being recorded. That's why we have this recording. And the government chief whip is here. The Prime Minister, Hajat Nakadama, is also here. Can't you have respect for Hajat? Haj, can't you have respect for Hajat?
In fact, Right Honorable, we are concerned on the empty bench of the opposition when the statement for the leader of opposition is being discussed and their bench is empty, but we are just keeping
Honorable
quiet.
Agnes, Honorable Biga, then Laura, and we close the debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Chirabo Agnes. My name is Chirabo Agnes, the youth representative for Central Region.
Speak up, speak up.
Right Honorable Speaker, I congratulate you upon your office. And I would like to take this opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker, to inform you and the honorable colleagues that I, as a youth representative for the Central Region, I represent over 28 districts. And in that same spirit, we have youth leaders right from villages of each constituency to district level. I would first of all thank the president for the government programs he has put in place to boost the youth. But again, Right Honorable Speaker, the youth complain in my constituency that they've been left out on most of these government programs. I request the honorable colleagues, as we take this week, to follow up on the Myoga program to involve the youth. We have youth leaders, as I've told you, from village level to district level. So it will be of much benefit to us, the youth, if we prioritize them and we involve them in our engagements.
Dennis Yangwesho, Obiga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to speak. This being my maiden moment, let me join my colleagues to congratulating you upon ascending to that office. For the record, I'm Dennis Nyangweso, MP, Samia Bogwe Central, Busia District. Listening to the President on the 4th of June, he emphasized the need to support science and innovation through payment of salaries and remunerations to scientists. But as a colleague has noted here, scientists do not work alone. There are a number of people employed in the public service who are collectively contributing to the socio-economic transformation of this country. We have had pockets of instances of increment of salaries because of industrial action and also because of lobbying of the executive, and this has created a lot of salary pay disparity. I would suggest that there's need for government to come up with a pay policy to guide the payment of salaries and remunerations to all public servants, such that we can minimize a very wide pay disparity as it is now evident in the numerous salary structures that are being proposed by the Ministry of Public Service year in, year out. I beg to submit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Rose Wabiga, woman member of Parliament, Terego District. Madam Speaker, in the same vein, I join my colleagues to applaud the President for this very wonderful speech he gave. Madam Speaker, from the agricultural point of view, Madam Speaker, we have been battling with tobacco. The people of Terego are willing and ready to take on an alternative crop. And recently we took banana circuses. You cannot believe how much people are yearning because this particular crop does very well, and as it being a perennial crop. I urge Ministry of Agriculture and Nuts to join the people of Terego to supply drought-resistant crops. Two, Madam Speaker, I request, as the Minister of Works goes to inspect the road from Koboko to Moyo, Madam Speaker, I request he comes through Terego. We have a very terrible road for the district. Madam Speaker, I almost lost my life last Sunday. The hind tires were up. UNRWA is responsible for this road. I kindly beg that we should be included in the inspection process as the minister goes. In health, I request when we are getting the ambulances and pickups that Ministry of Health is talking about, let Terego be considered, not forgetting a mortuary. We love you. Thank you so much.
No.
Hello?
Members, I want you to bear with me. Unless if you're telling me we should go up to 10.
Madam Speaker, the President's State of the Nation address locates its basis in the national principles and directive, in the national objectives and directive principles of state policy. And it is premised on national objective number 1, Roman 2. And why I give compliments to the response by the leader of opposition, it has given counsel and guidance to the head of state, so that in his subsequent State of the Nation addresses, it should be aligned and structured in accordance with the policy objectives and the principles, because it is vividly clear here that the president shall report to Parliament and the nation at least once a year all steps taken to ensure the realization of these policy objectives and principles. The realization of this is missing in every aspect in that State of the Nation address. It should be a performance scorecard. If, for instance, his emphasis now is the fight against corruption, and he points out being a substantive minister of finance constitutionally, he should be giving us a report on how he has cracked the whip, the heads that have rolled. We would even be borrowing a leaf. How, what, for instance, what if you go to Rwanda and Tanzania? About on the fight against corruption. And in his State of the Nation address, therefore, which should be literally his performance scorecard, he should be giving us a report of what has been done. To conclude, Madam Speaker, he lacks the political will which should be the silver bullet in the fight against corruption. And in my view, this was not a State of the Nation address, but the state of the mind of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, so to speak.
Thank you. He was even lamenting, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. First, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the members on behalf of the leader of government business. And on my own behalf, I thank you so much for your contributions. And I want to take this opportunity also to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, for his address, and also thank him for the result-oriented dedication in the fight against the COVID. I also thank the leader of the opposition for the alternative address. It is very evident that His Excellency delivered the State of the Nation address to Parliament at a time when a country had and is still facing a number of challenges. Mainly we have COVID, floods, locusts, among others. His Excellency the President made emphasis in a number of his messages, both to the respective leaders and Ugandans at large on the way forward. What I would request members that let us take it and work together so that we see how we can implement, how we can help His Excellency the President and the executive to see that all what has been put forward can be worked on. There is no way he can work alone. People have been talking about corruption. Corruption is something that has been on and on, but he cannot fight it alone. He has to be with us and we get rid of corruption. Government is going to strengthen observance of regulations that relate to climate and environment, such that occurrences of loss, taking a case of Kasese, Right Honorable, I've just been to Kasese, whereby our mountain no longer gives us snow. It is no longer there. It is because of what we do to those places. So I know leaders, you can talk to the communities so that we can try to implement, we can try to observe all those regulations. I don't want to continue, but I want to assure you members that please rest assured that all what you have raised has been taken note of, and ministries, all the ministers are going to respond. They are going to handle. Please, I thank you so much, and I thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for this State of the Nation address, which is taking taking our Uganda forward. For God and my country, I thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've seen the debate we've had. Right Honorable Speaker, the work you've done by giving us tremendous opportunity, sitting here since yesterday up to today, you know, It's a really, really a very wonderful work you've done. I therefore move under Rule 81 of our Rules of Procedure that a question be put to adopt the motion. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, I have recorded all people who have not spoken. In the subsequent debates, I will start with those people. We are going for a recess of one week. Honorable Laura.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Just a matter of correction for purposes of our answer. The government chief whip was quoting Rule 21. Madam Speaker, Rule 21.
He did not say 21.
I said Rule 81.
81.
81 of our Rules of
I have
Procedure.
not concluded.
Not
my statement.
21. That's the mistake.
Anyway,
So you've considered it just like that, Honorable Elijah. Procedure on what? Honorable members, I now put a question on the motion that thanks of Parliament be recorded for a clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the address on the state of nation by His Excellency the President of Uganda on 4th June 2021. Those in favor say aye. In the contrary, the ayes have it. Thank you, members, so much
Madam
for
Speaker.
all the time.
Madam Speaker.
I had given you time.
Madam
Members, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for your patience. And I ask you to kindly bear with me. I can't pick everybody. But I have recorded the members who have not spoken, and I will have them. Please, we are still in this parliament. And I request, as directed, that you go to the constituencies and find out the issues of Emyoga. The issues of Emyoga will either make you to stay in this parliament or will make you leave, because there will be nothing that you will have done to your people. It is the issues of Emyoga that will build the parish model. Once you have a successful project on Emyoga, then you are sure of registering a successful parish model that you can be proud of, that this is what I did during my time as a member of parliament. Let's not leave government to do everything. Let's do the oversight role. And you're acting under Article 90. You have all the powers to ask for whatever document that you need in a district that regards Emyoga. I have officially written a letter to you people that you will use when you are in the constituency. If anybody asks you why you're there representing the Parliament of Uganda. I want to thank you. I wish you a blessed short recess.
Madam
And
Speaker, on the Speaker,
but
your assignment on Emyoga, we faithfully take it.
it is not my assignment. It is your assignment as a member of parliament.
Most
That
obliged.
is your work as a member of parliament.
Most
Don't
obliged.
tag it to me.
Most obliged, Madam Speaker. But you remember the minister, the line minister, made a pledge to take all the information pertaining the same.
The information is
Or-
on your what?
In pigeonhole.
in your pigeonhole. Even my letter is in your pigeonhole.
It's not yet there, Madam Speaker.
It is there.
Sure?
Members, honorable members, you have the letters, you have the document. What leader of opposition? You know, when you're in opposition, it is not about arguing. Thank you so much. Have a blessed evening. I now adjourn the session to 17th.